Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Trading Capital's daily live stream of the CPI. So we have three charts up on the docket. We have CPI roughly in 4 minutes. The consensus is for year-over-year numbers to hit 3.1%, core CPI 3.7%. You actually have the month-over-month predictions by Wall Street expected to come in a little bit hotter than what the consensus is. So than the previous number. Sorry. So CPI 3.1, if we get 3.1 or higher, I think the markets will sell. Obviously, if we come in with a Goldilocks number of 3% or less, markets will likely rip on the back of algos just driving it. Remember, this is an algorithmic driven market. So what that means is they will digest this number way before you and I have a chance. But the big question is, what components are going to be in a disinflationary trend and what components are going to be in an inflationary trend? If we come in hotter, and remember the last two CPI prints have come in hotter, if we do come in hotter, these markets will likely sell down. I'm watching Bitcoin here on the chart. I'm watching the dollar index, and we're watching the S&P 500 30-minute chart. So we got three windows up. We'll be watching many different asset classes here, and it's going to be interesting to see how this reacts. Overall, the markets are up in the futures at the moment. NVDA up 1.4, Apple up 0.4, Qs are up about 0.5%, SPY up about 0.27. Russell's up 0.35%. When you look at what oil's done for the month of February, it's actually been moving up higher, drastically higher over the course of the February month period. When you compare it to the January, so previous month numbers, oil's definitely going to show a little bit more signs of strength compared to those month-over-month numbers. Now, when you compare it year over year, this February, so since we're in March, we're actually getting February's CPI print. So when you compare oil to last year, February, you actually should expect oil to either stay just flat or actually increasing. Are we doomed? Again, are we doomed? It's a tough thing to say, right? I don't have a crystal ball. We'll know in roughly 2 minutes. But it's going to be interesting, guys. It's going to be interesting. My prediction is for CPI to come in line or slightly higher, maybe a 3.2. Mindfulness meditation. The suspense is killing. Yep, suspense is killing. We have roughly a minute, 55 seconds. Remember, there's a lot of bearish charts that have opened up. There's quite a bit of bearish charts. And then just keep in mind, we also have a whole host of data on Thursday. That's definitely going to be market moving. All right, guys, 16 seconds till showtime. So far, initial drop, guys. Dollars spiking. The Dixie. Look at the Dixie go. Look at the Dixie go, guys. Here we go. Showtime is here, guys. Showtime. Wow, what a rip. What a rip. Dollars cooling down. Yields are up a little bit, but the dollar has spiked. Let's see if this is the wrong reaction. So far, consensus 3.2% year over year. Core coming in higher. Year over year coming in higher. 3.2% year over year. Inflation is in an uptrend. The last three prints have exceeded expectations. You can see initial dump, dollar spike, Bitcoin trying to catch a little bit of a bid here. Very, very interesting. So higher inflation, guys, higher inflation across the board on the month over month, on the year over year, on the core, higher inflation, which is why the dollar has spiked. 3.7. So now we got to wait to see if the market truly wants to settle out here. Initial little dip, it's not that bad. Obviously, market participants have been pricing in maybe some sort of a uptick in inflation, but it hasn't really been that bad. Higher across the board, guys. Higher across the board. An initial sell with a spike in the dollar, and now we are starting to come in. Buy the dippers coming in. Yes, sir. They are. So NVDA dipped, almost went negative there, and they swooped in, bought it right back up. So again, the dollar's losing some momentum here. Still holding firm, but losing some momentum. Bitcoin's trying to get a little pop. Very interesting. Inflation coming in hotter, but market participants are still buying and gobbling up this market. Wow, look at the reversal in the dollar, guys. Look at that epic reversal. Whoa. So inflation comes in hotter, but markets are shrugging it off like it's no tomorrow. So a little bit of a choppy session here. Indices have turned back to the green side again, actually pushing above before the CPI print. Bitcoin still slightly negative. NVIDIA up over 2%. Microsoft 0.5%. Very interesting print, guys. Very interesting print. And the reaction is more interesting, in my opinion. For the dollar to wick all the way up to a high here of 103, that's crazy. So again, that initial algo reaction bid up the market on the back of a negative print, and now you're starting to see it actually the dollar get sold into. You're starting to see Bitcoin just chopping in this range. S&P still holding positive gains. The yields are kind of flat. 2-year yield up slightly, 20, 10, 30 up slightly. Gold down, silver down. Dollar just slightly green. VIX is negative. So it seems like people don't really care that inflation has come in hotter again for the third month in a row. CPI has come in hotter. The big question is, does the dollar retest this wick high spike? I think that's what we're all looking for and waiting for. It's going to be a big, big question. Super, super fascinating. Super fascinating stuff. All right, guys, so we've seen the initial reaction. We have seen the initial reaction. So far, the Dixie is still trying to push back up, but definitely some strength in the indices at the moment. Definitely some strength in the indices. Nat gas dipping. Oil's really stayed muted across the board, but headline CPI has come in hotter. I'm just going to put that in the chat. CPI comes in. 3 point. Buy all things? No, I'd be careful. I'd be very, very careful buying all things. I think once the humans digest this number in the actual regular market trading, there's a big chance we can sell off. So much for the soft landing. Buy the dipper. Yeah. But positive reaction, indices are up, dollar down, yields are kind of flat. Certainly interesting to see that price action. Very interesting to see this type of price action, in my opinion. Now the big question is, do we see any sort of a retrace? Dollar now negative, guys. Dollar now negative. NVDA ripping. NVIDIA's ripping. Bitcoin's still under 72K. I find it interesting. What matters is the close. You're absolutely right, Daniel G. The close is what matters on this print. Obviously, it's initial reaction. People buying the dip, swooping in, coming in, thinking everything's honky-dory, A-OK. But in reality, inflation is in an uptrend, right? 3 months consecutively in a row. That has definitely caused a little bit of an uptrend in inflation. But at the moment, things are still the market reaction. We're obviously all here to make money. So at the moment, it's a positive reaction for the market. The big question is, off of the gap up, so we're going to gap up today. Off of the gap up, are we going to actually get faded into? So that's kind of what I'm curious and waiting for. Do we fade this gap up? I'm very intrigued. So you have mega cap strength across the board, pushing higher. Yep. Well, I mean, we did get higher inflation, right? Higher oil prices equals higher inflation. You're absolutely right. And we did get a higher print. And what's going to be interesting is the next CPI number is going to be likely even hotter. There's a couple reasons why, but I'll show you, for instance, on the screen. If we look at WTI crude, I think that, remember, CPI is always delayed 1 month, right? 1 month it's delayed. So really, we're looking at the February CPI print. Sorry, we're in the month of March. We're looking at month of March CPI print, which is really February data. So when you look at what happened for the month of March so far, let's take a look at where oil is trading right now, starting the month of March. It's trading in the high 70s, so about $77 to $80 range. If we stay in this range, this $77 to $80 range, and you compare the year-over-year numbers basically from March of 2023, so we're going to scroll back here on the charts. This is the daily chart of WTI crude. So if we compare the March numbers here in 2023, and that's how the CPI is compared, you can see that roughly there were 3 days where crude traded in that 77-80 range. And then for the majority of March, it actually dipped all the way down to about 64 and then traded for a big portion around that 70. So for the month of March in 2023, oil was severely depressed and trading near the lows. So when we compare next month's March, if we're hanging around $80 a barrel or $78, $80 a barrel, and crude in the month of March of 2023 was severely depressed, trading below 77, 76, 75, 74, all the way into the 60s, that's going to make the year-over-year numbers greatly skewed in favor of the energy inflation on the next print. So, I mean, this print slight uptick, that's kind of in line with what I expected. It's interesting to see the markets really not caring at this point in time. That's kind of definitely not what I expected. I did expect a little bit of a sell-off intraday, but obviously market participants are buying the dip in the pre-market. The big question is, how do we close? But really that next month, as long as oil stays in this range, it's going to be super inflationary on that next print as well, in my opinion. But at the moment, things are still staying pretty firm and strong. You do have the Qs are rallying here. Tech is rallying pretty substantially. Gold is almost back green. All right, guys, I'm going to hop off the mic for a little bit. I am just going to be doing some pre-market scans of some of the charts that I'm looking at, and then I will hop back on at a later point. Just before the market open around 9:15, I'll hop on, give you what I'm looking at in terms of the market, and then we can discuss some potential trade setups. Crazy price action in the dollar market. Very crazy price action. So remember, the initial reaction was down, and then we got bid up pretty fiercely. Bitcoin really hasn't moved higher, still stuck in the 72K range. But you do have strength in mega cap land. NVDA looks like it wants to push for about 888 today. Whole lot of resistance on Microsoft in this 407 to 408 range. Apple probably could break out and push to, I would say, if you're looking to trade Apple, Apple did get a positive close yesterday. I would say minimum Apple's going to trade above 175, maybe even all the way up to 177. So no real reaction in the crude market. Let's look back to the S&P. If Apple hits 177, you're going to short it. Yeah, for a day trade, I think that makes some good sense, logical sense. So yields are now down, dollars down, nat gas up, oil slightly negative. Remember, Oracle's also pumping on earnings. Oracle's flying.
Taxes. This is where we are. So all we can do is look at the numbers, right, of revenues versus expenses from a budgetary perspective. And all we can hope right now, because there's nothing foreseeable that says we're going to be cut spending. The only thing we can hope is that from tax revenues, it brings down part of the deficit, which is really going to be done from wages and spending. So I'm not sure I'm as negative on the deficit other than my offset to that, as I said earlier, I think rates should be higher, and that would be the offset.
Well, Robert, thank you so much for joining us this morning and giving us the thought. I want to go to Gordon real quick, Paul, and then we'll go to you, Paul. Go ahead, Gordon.
Hey, thanks, Anish. I guess I had a question for you and Robert. So clearly, right now, the market is pricing in 3.7% year over year, both these numbers. So Northeast seeing the inflation currently a little bit less.
than some other regions, whereas the South is seeing a little bit more. West is at 3.2%, Midwest is at 2.2%. Are the only one they broke it down to. There's a couple specific cities as well on here. Newark, and Jersey City was at 2.9%, so kind of coming in a little bit above the rest of the Northeast. The highest city I'm seeing on here is basically where I am. Miami, Fort Lauderdale, West Palm Beach was 4.9% year over year. And the lowest one here was, guess where the lowest region was of America for inflation? It's kind of like a city, but it's also not a city.
California, Cali.
Los Angeles, Long Beach, Anaheim was 3.4%, so a little bit above the average. So no. It was urban Alaska. Urban Alaska was 1.7% good. So you should move out there.
Again, no one lives there, though, right? Alaska isn't real.
Alaska isn't very real. Although there's this guy on YouTube called the Outdoor Boys. I don't know.
13th meeting, he was talking about, rate hikes, and then he shifted to rate cuts. And the fact that the 10-year Treasury yield fell from 5% to 4%, that's de facto 4 rate cuts right there. Just last week when he was speaking and all the Fed members were coming out, we had rates fall nearly 20 basis points. That's 1 rate cut. So my question is this, rather. Last year you had rate hikes versus cuts expected. And despite that fact, right, that you had rate hikes, financial conditions loosened and risk assets went to the moon. So why is keeping rates steady the right path? Last year suggests that the Fed should actually be hiking rates right now, not keeping rates steady. One other thing I'll highlight. This is a quote from Paul Volcker, October 25th, 2018. The real danger comes from encouraging or inadvertently tolerating rising inflation and its close cousin of extreme speculation and risk taking, in effect standing by while bubbles and excesses threaten financial markets. Clearly, we're seeing a bubble and a number of, basically financial assets, to include Bitcoin, which Paul Volcker said is the cousin of inflation. So again, I ask, why is keeping rates flat, given what we saw last year, the right thing?
Guys, I'm going to grab a little short trade here on coin right at the 260, 260.40. 260.40. I just got filled a short trade on coin. This is a high risk. It's going to just be a 1/4 position. 260.40. Short trade on coin. I am seeing the dollar trying to uptick again. Dollar's trying to put in a small little reversal here. Still down. S&P still strong, but Bitcoin's starting to roll a little bit here.
Yeah, no one likes bitter tasting medicine, and no one likes to drink it. So we're not going to get it. We agree. We generally agree. Donish more loudly than I do, but we're not going to get it.
Yeah. Can I just highlight a few more stats? And this is what I believe is an overheated economy. So right now, nominal GDP growth plus 5.8%. Clearly, that's a strong U.S. economy. You've had a record surge in corporate investment grade bond issuance in both January and February of 2024.
Oh, that's too bad. Sometimes you have to call your trade desk directly. Sometimes they like to keep the shares for their other clients. And sometimes if you call your trading desk directly, they actually can find the shares to borrow. It's a little bit of an institutional game where they, if they're expecting a little bit of a downturn in some sort of an asset class, and you have the big boys, waiting to take those shares when the market opens. Because a lot of big funds can't actually short stocks in the pre-market. They have to wait until the liquidity comes in. They're too much liquidity. So often the case is that these brokerages will put the shares kind of on hold to the side, keep them for the bigger players, and then they can once the market opens, those larger funds, larger players with the heavier volume come in, take the shares. But often if you call your trading desk, they can locate shares. Hey Bart B, welcome.
Credit card debt and consumer credit here, right? And my guess is that this would have on the U.S. economy, right? I mean, that's the one we have a real wild card that people aren't talking enough about the incredible proliferation back again of credit card debt.
So Bitcoin's still just hovering at the 72K level. We are short at 260.40, 1/4 position. I'll basically add at 263, 266, and roughly 270. So every $3 higher, I will add to the position if need be. The only area that I'm watching is if Bitcoin spikes above this 72,300 level. I won't like the trade as much. But we are short Coinbase. We are short Coinbase at 260.40.
Than what we're chatting about.
David?
Hey, Robert.
Yeah, no,
One last question. Sorry. Yeah, you can ask me more than
Hey,
one.
1 second. Let me just interject.
Yeah.
With respect to Robert, the other thing that I would highlight,
I'm
the
listening.
other thing I would highlight with respect to your credit card debt is we're starting to see early access of 401.
You're welcome.
Hello?
You're welcome, Mindfulness.
Oh, I don't think Robert can hear you. Robert, I'm going to set you down for a second and bring you back up. Hold on. Go ahead, David. I think Robert's listening.
Dollar's starting to uptick, guys.
There's been a big uptick in 401k early access, and so I think there is a tale of two cities building on the consumer side in terms of those folks that are, I'd say, cruising along, maybe difficult at times, and then those people that are desperate. And I think that the portion that is desperate is becoming increasingly desperate. But the question is whether that portion grows. The increased desperation of that portion is not particularly concerning to me. But if the population of that
Dollar's creeping, guys. The dollar is creeping back up. It's trying to go back to the positive side.
Things that very much go ahead and show that there is desperation, I think is important to keep in mind.
Yeah, the question really is are we going to see financial easing sort of solve these problems, right? Like, we really didn't do QT. That's my biggest problem, is the BTFP program in the discount window obfuscated all the QT we were doing from the front end while we were letting money go from the back end. And I think that right now, BTFP ending, we don't know what happens, Robert. And so, and David, I think we're going to see what happens moving forward. I'm expecting liquidity to start drying up, but we don't know what's happened. And BTFP, you could borrow on March 7th, you could borrow for the next year. So we don't even, it's going to be a slow moving car crash because our government sold us out, and we did the BTFP program when, by the way, we already had the discount window. I don't know why we had to do two programs and essentially put ourselves in this.
Guys, the dollar just flipped back to the green side, so it is starting to uptick here. Again, we are short coin.
We know why, Donish. It's par-based valuation versus real valuation to get financing. Like we talked about that yesterday. That is the key.
So the banks could make money on that arbitrage, 100%. Sorry, Robert, go ahead.
Well, the only thing I will say is, I advise one of the largest securities.
Nice little fade on coin at the moment, guys. A little bit of a pullback from our level. I'll pull that chart up.
We're starting to
You can see the S&P also faltering just a little bit.
And, obviously the goal is that the
Dixie's pushing higher, guys. Dixie's pushing higher. So this is where, markets are so driven by algos that that initial reaction dump, then a bid up. We are short coin at 260.40.
If we see slippage, on this, enormous.
Yeah, I'm surprised they don't have shares available for you, Mindfulness. That's like, Coinbase is such a liquid stock, very high volume traded stock. It makes me think they're going to take this down today. That's kind of what it makes me think.
My guess is some of Jamie's comments, Jamie Dimon's comments, in the last couple days. My guess is part of his
Bitcoin's still just hovering there.
What's happening with consumer credit, which includes all of the underlying from auto to home to credit card. Starting to see what's happening, what happened in 2023. My guess is he's starting to see some of that, and maybe he doesn't like what he sees.
Yeah, but it's fascinating to watch Jamie Dimon, who, by the way, would make more money in it low interest, in a lower interest rate environment, saying that our biggest concern is that interest rates are going to get out of control, right? Yeah. So, sorry, Robert, you got it down. Can everybody else hear him or no? Okay. Nobody can hear him. All right, Paul, let's go to you. You've been waiting a while, and then we'll go to Vineet.
Oh, yeah. Well, so much to talk about here, but I think the first thing is the quote that I'll go to Milton Friedman on is like one of his great TV specials. He goes, "The truth is, inflation is made in one place and one place only, here in Washington. And that is where it's coming from. It's coming from deficit spending."
Yeah, you can buy BI. You could check out MSTR.
Because, it's not slowing down.
Very similar place. MSTR is a little bit tougher. It's been the stronger name in the crypto space. Good morning, Ram.
I looked at the details on the release. I was surprised by the high.
So Ram, just let you know, we're short coin at 260.40. 260.40. I'm short Coinbase. We are seeing Bitcoin trying to push up here, so I've got to watch Bitcoin closely.
But one thing that Donish was talking about was we were talking about unemployment and inflation. And I think this is maybe a little I was just kind of thinking through this. Like, unemployment is maybe low because inflation is so high, meaning that people are taking jobs.
Coinbase trying to push back up, so Bitcoin's also trying to push, guys. Watch this closely. Dollar slightly green.
The Fed can't really raise rates, I think, just more politically because we're going into a presidential election. They really don't want to be in the place of raising rates going into that. I think they kind of have signaled they're not going to raise rates.
Yep, coin basically is following the price action of Bitcoin, and Bitcoin's not that weak, right? Bitcoin's actually, slightly negative, but crypto's still strong, right? It's a tough short. It's not an easy slam dunk trade. You have the total crypto market cap's down about 0.5% today, but it has bounced significantly off the lows.
Maybe covered a little from that, but they're marked as employed because they're when they survey they are working a certain amount per year. So that's the one.
Nat gas catching a nice little bid. Oil's weakening today.
Unemployment numbers, we're a different labor market that you can go out and get a
Russell 2000, the pre-market, is the worst performing indice. Still NVDA up 2%. Microsoft up 0.74, AMD up 1.3, Apple only up 0.3%, SMCI up 3.6, Tesla up 0.5%. Baba, China stocks continuing to see some momentum. A little bit of money rotating into some marijuana stocks. Intel's strong today. Boeing down 1.9. A lot of negative bias around Boeing. Boeing has broken down technically.
Robert was talking about kind of credit card. I posted the credit card delinquencies at the top, and this is true for auto and others. Like, a lot of times, the narrative was we're getting back to pre-COVID levels.
Oh yeah, let's check out some of those high short interest names. I'm just gonna pull it up on my other screen. Carvana squeezing, already up 3% in the pre-market, so that one probably could be a momentum trade if the market stays firm. Carvana on the long side. It had a pretty big down day yesterday.
They're still going up. Yeah, and just to be clear, when we look at
NVAX slightly green, Upstart slightly green, Fisker slightly green, Rumble slightly green, AI slightly green.
I'm just not convinced that they're working more hours because unless they don't count gig economy, which I
large cap stocks, Adobe doing well.
BLS data can do that. We're
Netflix up 0.3.
That was the number that
it was down like 0.1. I'm just saying.
And as this Dixie pushes higher, guys, remember we had an initial dump on the S&P all the way down to 510.40, and the dollar's basically almost back, trying to push for that same wick high. Yields are slightly green. It's going to be an interesting day. Not your typical market reaction on CPI. Usually when inflation comes in hotter than consensus, you see that decline, which is what happened initially. Big spike up in the dollar. And then you just saw this epic bullish reversal. I still think people are digesting the overall inflation report. But we are short coin and already in the money by about $1.20. So we're already up $1.50 on the trade. Nat gas trying to push higher. We're just keeping this Bitcoin chart on watch because that's the underlying asset that we're trading against.
My faith in the U.S. government dropped so much when the numbers just did not make sense on unemployment anymore. I don't know if you had listened to that show, but that's one of my sort of turning point shows where I was like, this doesn't make sense. And then the CPI report came out last year where they literally rigged the numbers by changing their definition of health insurance. I think Trevor was mentioning that, and I posted a bunch about it. And I was like, you know what? This U.S. government is going crazy. Now, I don't know if Bitcoin's the answer or if the answer is gold. I did buy into Bitcoin, just to be fully transparent to our thousands of listeners right now. I did buy into Bitcoin.
Scrolling through charts here, guys, just trying to find other setups. Again, some of the big movers, Oracle, gapping up on earnings. Powerhouse stock. Some strength in copper stocks. Weakness in Newmont today, down about 1%. So that might weigh in on the GDX gold miners. Gold right now is just down about 0.75%. So you could probably fade gold miners. GDX probably sees a little bit more downside today. All right, the Dixie is starting to push up more, guys. Dixie is starting to push up more, now up 0.15%, 10-year up 0.5%, 2-year up 0.3%, so yields are green. Yields are green, dollars green. Typically, that's a headwind for the market. You got to watch that closely.
But I never believed in that. Like the point that gold has utility is also stupid. Gold has no utility. You know what has more utility? Silver. Gold is just largely for jewelry, so it's a rare earth metal.
Big decline in Coinbase, guys. Big decline in coin coming in. This is a nice decline in coin.
And by the way, I bought Bitcoin and then I ultimately bought ETH. And then now I'm not.
Just gonna flip to the pre-market here. Extended market.
I don't think it's gonna happen. I think I'm just trying to find my way through this because the government seems to be doing weird shit right now. Not really the administration as much, but the BLS data makes no sense. I have to say that.
Nice decline in the S&P coming in, guys. We're printing on this Coinbase short already.
It just doesn't make sense to me. I'm looking out there and that's not what I'm seeing.
Bitcoin seeing a little bit of a down candle. Morning, Mike. Morning. So CPI is coming hot. Market's initial dump. Big bid up. Now they're starting to come in. Dollars basically retesting the highs of the CPI report. I'm short coin at this 260.40 zone. And we are seeing it come in nicely. Nicely. Look at the dump in coin, guys. We are now up 1%, just over 1% on the trade. This is looking lovely. Bitcoin really hasn't even sold off yet. Seems like it was the same move that happened on Friday. Big dip in the dollar news, but act like a guide for going higher. Yes, sir. It's all market manipulation. Whether you like to say that or not, it's all designed to grab liquidity on both ends, the long and the short side. That's all that market makers care, right? Again, things can stay irrational and things can go against the grain for a short period of time, especially in the pre-market where there's low volume, less liquidity, smaller players playing in the pre-market like ourselves. And then you see them really start to show us the trend as we approach that market open where the volume's starting to increase. So again, from a logical standpoint, inflation comes in hotter, both on the headline and the core. This catch-22 phase with the Fed. Unemployment is starting to uptick, which is foreshadowing weakness in the economy. But yet inflation is still trending higher. And I think that the next CPI report is going to be even hotter, just based off of that oil analysis that I did for you earlier this morning. Comparing the year-over-year numbers from March of 2023 to the March period that we're currently in. If oil stays in the 77 range, inflation on the CPI print on the energy side will be higher next month. Remember, this is only February's data. So next month will be April, which will be reporting March's data. So it's going to be really fascinating here. Really fascinating, guys. So indices selling off just a little bit here, guys, just a little bit. We are still in the driver's seat with coin at the moment, fading coin. Bitcoin still negative. Tupperware Brands getting a nice continuation move up 6.8%. That one's in a bit of a squeeze mode, it appears. Bitcoin still at 72K. It really hasn't moved, and you're seeing Coinbase. Remember, Coinbase on the daily chart went negative yesterday despite Bitcoin being strong. And the importance of it is that it went negative off of a new 52-week high. Boom. Big reversal. So there's a lot of sellers here. There should be a lot of sellers. 22 minutes till the market open.
Inflation is not over yet. And we know that not only is inflation not over, it has hit this like nadir and it's coming back up. Like, of course we need to hike. Of course we need to do QT. But you're absolutely the political environment won't allow it. And so they're not going to do it. But you know what they can do?
Yep, no one thinks it. That's right. No one thinks it. Now, unless we have some sort of disinflationary event in like the regionals again, that could definitely dampen inflation. That could, major collapses like we saw earlier in the regional crisis there, that's actually super deflationary, or disinflationary, I should say. It's disinflationary. So those are the only things that really can, I think, get a grip on inflation. But then you have, the likes of the discount window opening and BTFP. So, it just counteracts that disinflationary pressure, that natural cause of events where it takes out the over-levered banks, the ones that have misaligned their investing and their balance sheet. Those should fail. We should let them fail. But the problem is our market, our whole world is so mollycoddled that, we bail out the people who've done bad business. Typically from what I've learned in economics, businesses fail. That's the normal course of history. But yet, not in the world of 2024 in North America. Sure, it's one thing to bail out some of the depositors that have no idea about the malpractices of these banks, but we should be letting these banks fail.
Let me explain. So, just like you just said, inflation is affecting the masses, right? The wealthiest 10% of 93% of stocks. So, the masses don't.
So again, Coinbase pre-market high was around this 263.03 zone. Just double check that. 263.03, yep. And Coinbase's pre-market low is 253.91. So it's a nice range. It's about a 3.5% range that Coinbase has had from high to low. One of the viewers asking, puts on Coinbase, what should we target? I'm just shorting common shares at the moment because I do think that there's a scenario we could actually spike up on the open, because Bitcoin right now is actually trying to go green. It actually just went green. But target on coin, let's just look at the target on coin. My target on coin, and again, it really comes down to whether or not Bitcoin holds firm or it gives it up, right? But my target on coin is this gap fill, 242.58. If you want to play it conservatively and use the gap window around 245, that's also a potential target. But I like this gap fill, 242. And I still even think this is in a good range to even hold as a swing trade. So even if you bought puts, a couple weeks out with a lower out of the money strike, that's probably a reasonable trade as well. I mean, just look at how Mara has reacted. It's been atrocious. Truly has been atrocious. But here you have Bitcoin trying to push up. So now this is where, a commodity could diverge from the actual underlying equity. So you have Bitcoin on my other screen trying to curl up, and Coinbase is curling down. The reason Coinbase is curling down is because S&P is curling down and Dixie's curling up. So as long as this Dixie remains, look at the Dixie, guys. Whoa. And to think the Dixie's almost at the high of this wick, and look, we still have a huge arbitrage opportunity where the S&P fell to. So there's still about a $2 difference in where the S&P should trade in relative to where the Dixie is. That's wild, guys. That is wild. Wow. Let him fail, bad business. I've already bailed out a bunch of banks. I know. I'm over it too, right? I'm over it too. So Bitcoin actually trying to move up with the dollar. That's kind of interesting. Very interesting. NVIDIA's faded a little bit. Apple's almost negative, guys. Russell's almost negative. So now you have Apple trying to go negative in the pre-market. You have the Russell almost negative. Bitcoin just flipped back to the negative side. Coinbase still up 1.3. Natgas up 3.1. Alibaba holding. Meta up 1.3. Google's negative, down by 0.86%. Google. Amazon up by 0.74. So not all signs of strength in this market today, guys. There is certainly some weakness creeping in, and it makes sense, right? Dollar almost back to its highs. But you can see the inverse correlation. As soon as you get a little bit of a wick down, indices get a wick up. So a nice gap down on Google today. Nice gap down on Google.
Respectfully disagree that inflation affects everybody, which is correct. But the people that end up going out there donating, because what's funny, Gordon? They've really flipped the script and they've tried to make it seem like, hey, look, you can own wealth. It's about wealth creation. Let's give you tax cuts. Let's give you entitlements. Everything is about get from the government. I don't give a shit what people say about tax cuts.
SMCI today may push for its gap fill around that 1140 zone. It may.
The left gives entitlements through programs, and that's just how it's going to go. So I just don't see there being a real solution.
You have Bitcoin trying to curl up, guys. It's back above 72.2. Oil's weakening a little bit more.
For what's best for this country. You know what? People talk a lot of shit about Joe Manchin. I'm about to get this crazy DM right now. But people talk a lot of shit about Joe Manchin, but he was the oldest.
Oil down 0.9. So, I mean, right now you have the dollar up, which is a headwind for the market. You have yield slightly green, which is a headwind. You have the VIX down, which is a tailwind. You have oil down, which is a tailwind. So it's kind of mixed. It's kind of mixed at the moment.
She's right that ultimately we're trying to make 2% inflation target happen. It's just not going to happen until we solve the underlying structural problems. I just don't think interest rates alone will solve it. I don't know if the only thing that in my opinion can really solve it is hardcore QT, but we won't do it because it's an election. I'm just convinced that.
So Dixie is fading a little bit, guys. Dixie is fading. Based off of the movement in silver and gold, silver down 1, gold down 0.8, it likely means that this Dixie is going to hold firm today, which should put pressure on the markets. I fully anticipate the S&P to retest 510.38 today. Now, the big question is, do they run us up before that, or do they just open it up and start dumping? That's the big question. But Dixie is the stronger headwind of the day. Bitcoin still stuck at that 72K range, still stuck at 72. Right now we just have a Coinbase short. We're up nicely, 260.40. Right off that 10-minute EMA 113. So again, one of the reasons I took that in the pre-market was I saw Coinbase pumping with the market. Bitcoin was not doing anything. And we've been rejected here at this orange moving average, the EMA 113, a couple times now. We were trading above it over here into your all-time high price. You got to bounce off of it here. Big breakdown here. A retest of that moving average, rejection, another retest, and that's why we shorted it. So
exactly what we will see here. So, it's complete structural reform of banking, which is likely, well, then, you talked about the BHL bank term. What was the name? Bank term funding. BTFP, yeah. BTFP, probably the next thing we need to understand here, because that was the latest rollover. And so, yeah, I don't really know what else to say. There is no way of tapering Ponzi.
So it's definitely not recommended to chase this market off the open. I think off of the gap up based off of this reaction and the dollar firming up, probably shorts are favored in this market environment today. Now you have actually Bitcoin coming in a little bit. So this should help push our coin trade in the right direction. You can see Bitcoin's just still in a very tough range. Very, very tough and tight range. Basically, if you break this little range here on Bitcoin, then we should see a pretty big flush. At the moment, it's still quite strong, Bitcoin and crypto. You're trading at the highs. So there's a lot of people trying to chase and buy the dip.
This is the issue. This is the truth of it, which is people are automatically assuming that Bitcoin number will only go up. The only reason I got it has nothing to do with it. I think it's a really silly reason to buy something. That's not how I would think about it. If it's truly a store of value, it's stable, which is not. Which is why a lot of institutions haven't bought Bitcoin. So, I don't want to make this a Bitcoin space, but I just want to be clear. Big institutions aren't legging into Bitcoin yet because of its volatility.
Shorted gold all day. Nice job, Michael. Nice job. Good morning, good evening, depending on your location. Yeah, gold, you're in the driver's seat. I think GDX as well is a fade opportunity. Silver down 1.2, gold down almost 1. And that's likely going to mean that the dollar is going to hold these gains, right? I could actually see the dollar pressing today. You'll have some resistance at this pivot here. I could see the dollar pushing for about 103.45 today. 103.49, 103.50. I'd be shocked if we get to the 200 today. That would be a huge rally. That would indicate a massive sell-off. But you're not really at too much resistance at the moment on the dollar chart, so it does suggest that we could push higher. You really look at this red bar high, that's at 103.30. That's kind of your first resistance point. And there's actually an intraday gap fill here. Tiny, tiny gap on the hourly chart, all the way at this 103.34 zone.
mind you, far more is the reverse repo facility.
So Bitcoin just stuck in this range, guys.
Just real quick, what that is when the Fed basically, remember Powell in 60 Minutes, and the journalist asked him, "Are you just printing money?" He said, "Yes." With the BTS, with the RRP, is the excesses they printed from 2020 to 2022. It effectively have nowhere to go. So it's this reserve of excess QE money. And
Let's look at Oracle, because that's a high flying mover today, showing a considerable amount of strength. Again, Google weak, Amazon strong. The Russell's actually negative, guys. Small caps are negative in the pre-market. Look at this reversal from this 135 zone. So clearly that's a huge significant high that we need to take note of. Let's look at the daily chart of Oracle. There might be a little bit of a fade trade. So you can see the high all the way up to 134.77. Where we're currently trading on Oracle is into this little bit of a gap fill. So we have gone well above that area in the pre-market, but there is some technical resistance here. You can see it's almost also a double top. So there's a gap just slightly lower here around that 126.80 zone, and then the double tops around 127.63. So you can probably fade Oracle, but I would see if we get a little bit of a push higher. And then obviously the buying point, I think, on Oracle for a little bit of a tradable bounce, and this really is pending what the S&P and the Qs do. You'll have some support back at this 117.55 zone. Any other charts anyone wants me to look at before the open here? We have 7 minutes. Watch out for NatGas. Yeah, I closed my NatGas yesterday for a break even. Well, I actually got stopped out for a break even. Pretty much right at this area. So I'm going to wait for more pieces of the puzzle before I decide to go long. I don't think I like the short side because it's so depressed, but at the moment I'm not liking the long side just yet. So full disclosure, I got break even, but we did make money on the trade. You know, we took about 11.5% off a nice chunk of that NatGas position, UNG, and then we put a break even stop loss on the rest of the position so that the trade went risk free. And I'm just going to reassess. I still think long term I'm bullish on NatGas. You know, even over the next 3 to 6 months, I still see NatGas pushing higher. So anyone still in that trade, I still think that investors are well positioned to make money over the next 3 to 6 to 12 months in that asset class. But me as a stickler for price, I'm just going to reassess it. You know, I don't like the fact that we're struggling at this 186 level, 186.22. That's your volume gap. I don't like that we're struggling there. 5 minutes to the open, guys. 5 minutes to the open. Right now, the only trade that I'm in is a Coinbase short and a Bitcoin short. Sorry, I do have that trade from yesterday, which I'm watching it, and that's via BITI. Bitcoin's actually trying to make a push higher here. Bitcoin is trying to make a little bit of a push higher. Oil got a really big bounce off of the lows, so now you have another scenario where oil could be making a higher low bullish reversal. Remember, we saw it go red yesterday and it turned green. Now we're seeing it red again, but also putting in a little bit of an hourly bottoming tail. Actually, it's not technically a bottoming tail. The wick isn't long enough to be a bottoming tail. You have Bitcoin trying to push back higher here. Again, the Russell briefly went into negative territory, and now you're seeing a little bit of a facelift in the market. A little bit of a facelift in the market. I would fade Oracle at that pre-market high. It's well off that zone at the moment. Dollar's fading a little bit, guys. Dollar is fading a little bit. I'm just going to flip the market session back to regular trading hours. If oil goes back to the green side, energy stocks are going to be flying today. So S&P is going to be gapping up in this 513 range. So your first resistance is at this 514.20. Pre-market high, remember, is at 514.85. And your pre-market low is all the way down to 510.38. Remember, we do have this gap fill down here at 507, 30-ish. And then you can arguably say you have a potential head and shoulders forming, guys. There's a potential head and shoulders. We haven't triggered the neckline, but you break this little neckline today. I'm actually going to erase some of these other trend lines. But you break this little neckline today on the S&P. You have a left shoulder here, you have a head, and you have a nice right shoulder forming. And that would indicate, if we trigger the neckline, a pretty decent sized sell-off. Remember, likes of Amazon have triggered a bearish pattern. So we'll watch that downside potential on the Qs, on the S&P. We will watch that downside potential. QQQ did trigger a head and shoulders yesterday on the 30-minute, 20-minute chart. It's currently back above the neckline, so we'll watch that. Bitcoin trying to push up a little bit. Coinbase, you can see it getting a bid. All right, guys, get ready for this market open.
I'd be interested to see if the outflow slow down today. So that's what my answer is going to be.
1 minute till the open.
Try to waive the fees for Bitcoin transactions. But in that upside, they did the next 12 months, and they pulled a record amount. I think it was 119 million.
All right, guys, Russell's negative in the pre-market again. The Russell did go negative. NVDA ripping and roaring up 2.6. Bitcoin still seeing some strength. All right, markets are open here, guys. Markets are open. I'm putting a break-even stop on coin, guys. 260.40 break-even stop is on coin. Just want to make sure that the trade doesn't go against me, since we are in the driver's seat at the moment.
What would you like to give us?
Initial reaction. Qs are retesting pre-market high. So a nice positive reaction at the moment. Coinbase trying to push up. Strength in semis continuing. Bitcoin's trying to push up as well. Tesla negative. All right, NVIDIA is starting to weaken here. So is Tesla. Big candle down on Tesla. Wow. Tesla just can't seem to get out of its own way. Bitcoin getting an alert on Fubo. Take a look at Fubo on my other screen. What's Fubo doing? Ooh, bleeding lower. Fubo is just bleeding. There is a gap fill. All right, guys, I just broke even on that coin short. I'm going to look to re-short it. at around 261 peers. Fubo coming into some support.
These algos are up to here just to open us up.
But a big pump coming in. Nat gas is $6 in 18 months, potentially. VIX oversold on the 5 and 15. If 2-year close at 4.6, it'll march to 5%. Fed will not be liking it. Yep, that sounds about right. It's kind of what I have priced in. Guys, we never ever got a 1-minute close above that coin trade, so it's still in. I'm still in on that coin. We never ever got a 1-minute close. I'm just going to flip to the 1-minute chart. So stop loss is on a 1-minute basis. You can see the S&P still holding up fairly well here. Coming in a little bit. Dollar's pushing for new highs, guys. Dollar is pushing for new highs. This is where things get really, really interesting. Coinbase is falling a little bit. Can we go negative? Bitcoin's still at some resistance. NVIDIA's seeing some heavy volume in this range. Apple's trying to push up. Tesla's still getting rejected. So it's really just mega cap land, excluding Tesla. And today, Google's actually pushed back up. So mega cap land is still seeing some unwavering strength. We're just still short Coinbase in this range and long BITI at 732. Google's basically pushed all the way back up to its highs. I do have some daily chart resistance on Google at 138.91. All right, look at Coinbase, guys. It's almost gone negative. This is beautiful to see. And this is all on the back of Bitcoin really not doing much. So it's really not doing much. Tesla getting clobbered. There might be a day trade long on Tesla. Let me just look at my daily chart. Trying to retest the low of the range. Yeah, Tesla's still weak. I don't really like anything at this point. Dollar's still pushing. Again, you have the Russell negative by a great margin. Qs and SPY are still holding up pretty firmly here on the session. We're in the driver's seat on our coin trade. Look at this fall on coin. Whoa, ho, 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 ho. Beautiful. Oil's fading. Look at this move down on coin, guys. Thank you very much. It's probably prudent to secure some profits, but I'm going to let this ride because we're still early and the dollar's still strong. Bitcoin really hasn't sold off. So again, guys, we are printing on this coin short. Anybody that hasn't caught this with us, we discussed it in the pre-market. Guys. That was a slam dunk, meaning everyone should have caught this trade. And what's interesting is you still have Bitcoin firm. So imagine if Bitcoin starts selling off, we could get to this gap fill pretty darn quickly on Coinbase. You are seeing some buyers step up into the picture now, but we could have a 6.8% win on a day trade. Guys. Look at this. S&P coming in. Qs are back below its head and shoulders neckline, so that's extremely bearish. And remember that SPY. Remember we discussed if the SPY breaks this neckline, this flat bottom neckline, then you trigger another head and shoulders potential. And we are seeing the Dixie new high of day. Boom, boom, boom. Bitcoin's now starting to fall, guys, so that's going to help our coin short. Bitcoin's starting to fall. Let's play ball. Here we go. Things are looking nice. Another successful day as of now in the live day trading room. Again, if you want to take profits on your coin, by all means, it's into that zone. It's a nice hefty trade already, but I'm going to stay here. I'm going to stay with the trade and see if we can squeeze out a home run. At the moment, Tesla down, Mare down 3, AMD's negative, NVIDIA still up 1.6, NEO holding positive gain, Palantir negative, Apple negative, SoFi negative, Rivian negative. A lot of red starting to appear on the screen, guys. A lot of red. AVGO is the next hitter to go negative. Dixie's still consolidating at the highs of the session. That's a very, very bullish thing for the dollar. And then you have actually you actually have the semiconductor bear ETF almost trying to go positive here. The SOXS is almost trying to go positive. SMCI reversing, NVIDIA reversing, Apple reversing, Microsoft still strong, Google still strong, Meta has almost gone negative after being up over 1%. So that's definitely a bearish setup on Meta. Bitcoin still above 72K, so that's helping the Coinbase trade just stabilize in this region. So Coin's just trying to stabilize in this region. So look at the SPY though. SPY is coming in hard, guys. SPY is coming in hard. Now gas falling, oil still negative, dollars just absolutely flying. Qs have almost gone negative. Russell's already down 0.75%, so the small caps are getting absolutely clapped here. Clap to the downside on small caps, guys. Microsoft still strong. Apple coming in. BTC high of the day. Yeah, BTC is now starting to fall a little bit. It's only now starting to fall. Nice 10-minute hard candle down on BTC. It's pretty much a bearish engulfing 10-minute candle. That's not a good sign for coin. Let's ride coin down, guys. Ride coin down. If Bitcoin falls sharply here, and I still have Bitcoin retesting 69K, that could happen today. That could happen today. TSM and SMCI coming in too? Yes, they are. Of course, the whole index is coming in, right? Qs are negative. Qs are about to go negative. SPY's looking like it's going to go negative. Dollars ripping. Yields are up over 1%. Our MSTR, another one that's actually gone negative by about, actually it's still slightly green. But remember, we took $1,000 puts on MSTR yesterday, well above 1,500. So those are starting to show some signs of life. Those are starting to show some signs of life. Bitcoin losing 72K. Microsoft at the highs is kind of insulating this market from falling. So imagine if, so now we run into the scenario. Imagine if Microsoft starts to come in. It will definitely push the Qs positive because you have the largest company in the world up 1.16%, and Qs are still struggling here. The QQQ is still struggling. I think Coinbase could be down based off of what Mare is doing right now. Mare is already down 4%. I think Coinbase could be at least down 5 or 6% today if the indices keep selling. Natgas down about up about 1.93. It has faded. S&P, come on S&P. Look at CoinGo, guys. Come on, baby. Yes, let's go. Let's go. Come on, baby. Take us to the profit land. Take us to the profit land. Small bounce coming into the semiconductors here. Small little bounce. Nothing crazy. Tesla's at some support at the moment. Tesla could bounce here. Made a new 52-week low on Tesla, guys. New 52-week low on Tesla. Coinbase catching a small bid here. Bitcoin trying to recapture 72K, but that was a big bearish engulfing candle on Bitcoin. It engulfed 50 minutes of price action in one candle. You can see coin is trying to get a little bit of a bid. There's some support in this range. Dollar's softening just a tad. S&P's trying to catch a bid. Tesla down 2.3. If you're looking for a long bounce trade, Tesla is probably one that could firm up here. You know, you're trying to bottom pick Tesla here, weak stock, trying to bottom pick it. Why is that not loading? TSLA. Wow. I don't know why. TradingView is quite laggy today. Not TAL. TSLA. Microsoft still at the highs. Bitcoin still seems to be selling off. But look at this new low on Tesla. There is some support in this parallel channel range, but it's just risky chasing on the long side because Tesla's still so weak here. Bigger support on Tesla comes into this little bit of a channel here around 170, 140. That's kind of where I'm going to try to maybe take a stab on the long side of Tesla, guys. You can see Tesla's actually breaching these lows. Dollar's fading just a little bit. So guys, I'm going to try to take a long on Tesla if we flush down to 170, 150. 170, 150. I'm going to try to take a stab at Tesla long. High risk trade because indices are in sell mode. Qs have triggered that bearish pattern. You know, the QQQ downside today is 428. Just above 428, 428.40, 428.36 is where I could see this market flushing to. Believe it or not. QQQ, which is roughly still on the Qs, if we were to achieve that downside target, that's about a 2% drop from current levels. Qs just went negative, guys. Qs just went negative. So it's not looking too hot right now on the QQQ chart, which makes me want to just readdress this Tesla. I'm just going to look at another zone here on Tesla. Just want to make sure that we have a really solid level to try to trade against, because the markets are actually acting very brittle at the moment. You've got Amazon coming in. Now Microsoft's starting to come in. So what's going to push the Qs lower is Microsoft. Not a good sign when Microsoft starts breaking down. Apple rolling over. Yep, Apple's been weak since the open. You know, Microsoft's one of the only mega caps that has been firm and strong, but Apple's been weak since the open. I'm still interested in Tesla, still riding this Coinbase down, guys. Let's go, coin. Come on, baby. Take us to the promised land. Guys, please, definitely hit this like video. We're just printing on Coinbase here. We are absolutely printing on Coinbase. 5% up on the trade. Let's go. Let's take this down. Look at this QQQ chart, guys. Look at this bearish QQQ chart. You know, the fact that you gapped up above this head and shoulders that we triggered on the 10-minute, left shoulder, head, right shoulder, and then you got rejected. Absolute clinical rejection on the 10-minute chart here. That's a thing of beauty. That is a true thing of beauty. Look at that neckline rejection. Rejection off that 10-minute EMA 113, just exactly like Coinbase rejected. This is beautiful. NVDA almost going negative. SOXS green on the session. So this is where things get really interesting, guys. Really interesting. Because again, the downside target is all the way down to this 427.30 zone on the Qs. So we are coming up into this previous little gap zone where you saw we held all day, and now they're just distributing this market lower. Look at coin. It's coming up into gap window, guys. Gap window is coming up on coin. You are seeing Bitcoin weaken just a little bit more. Mara getting clapped. Mara is down now 4.84%. Coinbase is negative by 4.1. Look at this. All right, I'm covering half here, guys. I'm going to cover half. But things are looking extremely bearish here. All right, guys, I did cover half of my coin there at that 242.40 level. A nice gain of 6.889%. Monster win. Still have a really large size position in it, but I did take profits off of that coin. Now we can still look for some longs. Tesla's still coming in. This could be a severe downtrending session. This could be a severe downtrending session. We're going to watch and see. At some point, the markets will get a bounce. It's been consecutive selling since the open, so we will get a bounce at some point.
I agree. If it gets under 5, 1080, I'm just letting my puts run a little bit. It's basically the bottom of yesterday's value on NQ as well.
Yeah, it's a trend level. It's a 20-day on keys. QQQ. 20-day daily SMA.
Yeah, we're at the 20.
Huge win. So I made roughly $3,300 on that Coinbase trade. And I'm actually going to put an in-the-money stop at this wick high. 252 in-the-money stop. But this is looking like a little bit of a downtrending session today, guys. Does look like a downtrending session. Taking care of business in the first 20 minutes of trading.
I might just close out the key points here because we could come back and retest that my entry at 438.35 if we go higher.
Tesla didn't hit our buy level. Tesla did not hit our buy level.
Of yesterday.
What a run. What a run, guys. NACA's about to fall off a cliff. Could be. MS gap fill. MicroStrategy. Or what's MS? Morgan Stanley? Morgan Stanley? So guys, we took monster profits on coin. You can see it is bouncing here. So that was a good little profit. I think a reshorting of this EMA 113 on the 10-minute chart is likely a lucrative opportunity. I do see that as a potential. I do see that as a potential.
It's been a morning already. Oh, yeah.
What a stellar day. Oil stocks look like they're trying to firm up. Bitcoin's retesting the highs, guys. So, I mean, Coinbase, I think, could push up here. Coinbase could push up. A little bit of a bounce coming into the indices at the moment. Oracle still up 10. Apple's still weak on the session, just hanging out here. Tesla's trying to firm up. All right, guys, I'm long Tesla. I just took a stab at Tesla. Long TSLA. Got filled at 173.29. 173.29. Long Tesla. 1/4 position. I'm long Tesla 173.29. Just going to change my chart a little bit.
It might be just those cons got a pretty wide spread.
You are seeing the Qs are trying to push up here, guys. The Qs are trying to push up. Bitcoin's actually trying to push up, guys. So just be careful if you're still in Coinbase. Again, I took profits with an in-the-money stop. Monster profits on the trade. Tesla's coming down a little bit more. I will add basically at this double bottom or even a pierce of it. And then at this 171.31 zone. So Tesla is trying to dip here, dipping a little bit more. I think NVDA tries to retest higher. But a monster win. So we're just long Tesla. We already took huge profits on coin. Guys, congrats if you took that with us. Oil stocks look like they're trying to firm up just a bit. Likes of RIG, XOM. Still slightly down on the session. But nothing too crazy. Nothing before we have potentially a bigger breakdown. My target on Tesla is this 176 EMA 113 average. That's my target on Tesla. Coinbase stopped me out there on the second half. So monster win on that trade, guys. Congrats if you took that with us. Anyone, please give this video a like. You know, we prepped you in the pre-market. We held your hand on that trade, and it was a monster win. It was an absolute monster of a win. Starting to see Meta catch a nice bounce. So could they push this market back to the green side? Russell's still negative. Q's positive. SPY positive. Tesla's trying to firm up now. Come on, Tesla. Get going. Some high flyers say RGLS, PACK, SGLY, TCBP. Oracle still holding 10% gains. MDAI also seeing heavy volume. Tesla's still down 2.5% at the moment. Imagine we see Tesla go green today. That would be the ultimate kind of FU. But SPY's catching a really big bid here, guys, at the open. A really big bid at the open. Look at that recovery. All right, guys, we're now in the driver's seat on Tesla. Again, this is only a 1/4 position. I only have 200 shares long on the day trade. It's roughly about 34K. So it's not that big of a position. It's just a starter. Come on, baby. Coinbase hitting your pre-market low. So technically it's a short off this pre-market low, 254 zone. It is a technical short off that zone. I'm still just holding steady. Semiconductors have caught a nice bid. SMCI pushing back up above 1100. Nat gas falling a little bit more. NVIDIA, big push on NVIDIA. Apple's still weak. Meta's had a nice bounce. Bitcoin's still just trading at 72K. Bitcoin's still just trading at 72K. BA, where is it heading to? That's a tough one. You know, a lot of negative bias in BA at the moment. Let's look at BA quickly. I know it was gapping down on some of the is going down. The quality is going down. Look at that. And BA did have a death cross, guys. Just be mindful that BA had a death cross yesterday. So what is a death cross? It's when the 50 daily moving trend. So if I throw on those two moving averages, just give me a second here. If I throw on the 200 and the 50, just let it load for a second. You had the death cross there. Also with the EMA 113, look at that rollover. The 50 in purple intersecting with the 200 and the EMA 113. That's a nasty death cross. And it had an EMA death cross as well. So that's not a positive sign for the long-term picture. Typically, you actually buy the death cross. You know, so today you are hitting some support in Boeing. I'm not going to lie, there is some support here. But it has triggered a very, very big breakdown. You can see Boeing is getting somewhat oversold, and the support you're coming into is this previous consolidation range. You know, on a weekly chart, you go back to this high pivot in 2019, all through this consolidation pivot high, all through this chop here. So there is some support here, probably enough for a day trade bounce, guys, to be honest. There's probably enough here for a day trade bounce. So let's see Boeing. Boeing right now is down, what, 3.5%, already coming into an oversold condition. Yeah, you could take a stab at Boeing here. That's not a bad level for a quick day trade. We could actually retest about 189 on Boeing. So it's looking like that's a decent area on Boeing. I'm actually going to take a stab. Again, just recognize this stock has a lot of negative bias at the moment. A lot of negative bias. It could wake up and it could be down another 3%. Oil's continuing to rip higher here, guys. Oil is continuing to rip. I'm not in Boeing yet. Let's see if we get a back test of this 185 moving average. Wow, look at Google, look at Microsoft, back to the highs on MSFT. MSFT is trying to push for a new high of day. Meta's ripping. Amazon's ripping. Bitcoin's trying to rip. Everything's trying to rip. Except for Tesla. Goddamn Tesla. You weak friggin' stock. Come on, Elon. What tricks do you have up your sleeve? Got to get this going. 9 level. Looking at Boeing here, it might be an opportunity. I think if you're bearish, the QQQ is now in a short range. Same thing with Coinbase. Coinbase is now in another short range up here. Holy. So it makes me skeptical of the fact that Tesla has barely bounced here. Now, could we firm up? Sure, we could. It just makes me slightly skeptical. But what a cover down here on coin, guys. We gave you that cover ahead of time. You're into that EMA 113, so it is a technical short on coin again, guys. It is a technical short on coin again. Bitcoin's at some technical resistance at the moment. Whoops. So you can see coin is at that EMA 113 again. Bitcoin's still at some resistance here. Tesla trying to firm up just a little bit. Dixie trying to bounce still. The VIX is getting slapped down. You have Google turned positive at 0.25. Amazon up 0.79. FSR down 10% today. Wow, that stock just can't get out of its own way either. So we're long Tesla again. This is a short zone on coin. Right off that EMA 113 again. That is a technical short zone on coin. And again, you have coin negative in a strong market. Mara had a bounce. It's still down. Wow, look at this on. Holy, on. getting clapped down 15.35%. Let's see if there's a trade there, guys. Wow. Gapping below. So you just had a golden cross. Take a look at that. It's so funny how you have a golden cross on, and then a big gap down on earnings. So the 50 intersected with a 2, which shows that the trend is up, but now you're gapping right below that golden cross. And we'll see if it wants to firm back up here. Apple's still putting in a bear flag. Apple putting in a big bear flag. Microsoft near the highs. Meta's near the highs. Tesla has not firmed up one iota. It's still so weak. Tesla's just nasty. Nasty. To think that the Qs ripped as high as they did and Tesla didn't really even participate is a shock. That's a shock.
Both 618 retraces from pre-market highs to those lows. If we lock in a lower high now, above 511 on SPY, above 438 on Qs, I might be. But yeah, future short scalp or short entry, and then safety trim.
Dollar's trying to push back up. Get ready to add to Tesla, guys. Get ready to add to Tesla. It's coming up into our next ad zone. Again, this could be a little bit of a bear flag, so just recognize that it's not a strong chart at the moment. Definitely not a strong chart at the moment. Let's see the Dixie. Dixie's trying to push back up. Bitcoin trying to break out here of a range. So Bitcoin is trying to break out of a range. It's now at 72.5. So you're seeing Coinbase catching a nice bid. Tesla trying to firm. Seeing a little bit of weakness creeping into the semis. Big push in the crypto market here. Basically, Coinbase is almost back to that same entry that we had it at. Almost back to that same entry on Coin where we originally shorted it at. Bitcoin pumping here. Now up 0.76%. This is in the back of a strong dollar market. So impressive to see Bitcoin's strength remaining. Very impressive. I still think that Coinbase is a technical short in this zone. Bitcoin's still very extended, putting in some massive divergences across the board. It's trying to gun for a new all-time high. You're coming up into your previous double top wicks. Tesla trying to firm up here, guys.
Looks like this flag's trying to go.
Wow, look at Bitcoin strength, guys. So I'm going to be interested in shorting coin again. I am interested. Tesla's starting to firm up, so a nice trade on Tesla there, guys. Nice trade on Tesla. It is trying to firm up for us. So that's good to see. I still think there's more room to run. All right, guys, I'm going to look to fade coin again. Bitcoin just is testing a new all-time high. It is pushing up. I have really hard resistance at 73K, just above 73K. You are running into double top now on Bitcoin. Bitcoin new all-time high, guys. Bitcoin just made a new all-time high. All right, where I'm going to inch in on the short side now of coin, guys, is right at that same 260 zone. Right at that same 260 zone. And full disclosure, I just exited Tesla. there at 174.04. Small win. Nice $150. $150. Bitcoin's just flying here, guys. So we could actually see another intraday reversal where we traded previously. But look at Bitcoin go, guys. Look at this Bitcoin chart go. You are into your double top resistance. You are seeing it faded. All right, guys, I'm short coin again. 258.01, 258.01, 258.01. So a little bit lower of an entry, but we are short again. Bitcoin trying to break out, even though the dollar's strong. So we traded coin on the short side and made a nice amount of money earlier on, and now you've had Bitcoin push higher here, people on the put side, and now you're seeing them snake people on the upside, turning them positive, and then they could flush it again. So we are seeing Bitcoin trying to come in. A little bit of a breakout being observed here. A little bit of a breakout, but I'm back in on the short side at this 258.01. 258.01. You can see that Dixie's still trying to put in bullish consolidation to move higher. Qs are at pre-market high. Apple's still negative despite the Qs up 0.6. The Russell's actually also negative. Look at that wick on Bitcoin. So that's a fake breakout that's occurring, guys. We're going to see Coinbase probably dump off of this. Here we go. Get ready to bank some profits again. Come on, baby. Come on. Can we make this our... Look at this reversal on Bitcoin. Let's go, coin. Coin's going to fall here, guys. Coin is going to fall back down to these lows. Come on, baby. We just need the indices to give it up. What a reversal there on Bitcoin. Huge, huge reversal. I'm surprised we haven't seen coin reverse yet as sharply. But wow. What a reversal there on coin. So we're back in the driver's seat again. 258.01 average on coin. We've already traded this once today successfully, very successfully. Very successfully. And we're back in it again on the short side. Let's play ball, guys. Let's play ball. Come on, baby. Come on. Let's see how much we can squeeze out in this go around. QQQ calls or puts for swing trade. I like puts. I like puts in this region, especially with the dollar and yield strong. I think QQQ puts are more favorable at this point. Bitcoin reversal there, but it did make a new all-time high, just kissing that 73K level. Maybe that's the high. Maybe that's the high pivot. All right, guys, so we took profits on Tesla. We took profits on coin once. We're back in coin again. Almost $3 up on the trade. Come on, baby. Give it up, coin. Give it up. Bitcoin, just fall here for us. Just fall back down to 69K, where you want to swoop in that long liquidity. Markets are still trying to charge higher here. Dixie's still at the highs. Amazon pushing, Meta pushing, Google pushing, Microsoft pushing. Now Apple's curling. So you are starting to see some positive breadth in the market. Mega caps are trying to firm up. The Russell indice is still down 0.3. Apple's still down 0.2. AMD slightly negative. Tesla down 2. AVGO, an important semiconductor, is also negative. So you are seeing some negative price action in many stocks here. It's not all types. It's not all strength across the board. Netflix looks like it wants to go negative as well. So just be very cautious with this market. We're in a huge, huge distributive phase. We are in a big distributive phase. I do think QQQ puts, S&P 500 puts are okay. I could see QQQ retesting 437 today. That's probably a very likely target. If you get above this neckline, if you close above this neckline on the 30-minute, on an hourly chart, then the head and shoulders has been slightly negated, but there is another one that is on watch. But at the moment, we're just picking on crypto stocks because it's one of the more extended sectors. You have natural gas falling here, losing the majority of its gains. You can see Bitcoin still just trending here. Let's flip back to the Qs to see how the QQQ is doing. So the Qs are still trying to hold steady and push up. Microsoft's at the highs. Meta at the highs, Google at the highs. Google's into some daily chart resistance. Google's actually tagging the 20-day moving average. There goes Coinbase. I'm watching crypto on my other screen here. Come on, baby. So again, we've triggered that head and shoulders, but we're trying to get a close back above this neckline. If you close above this red bar high pivot on the Qs, it negates that head and shoulders. And then therefore we have a new pattern that we need to watch and trade against. At the moment, look at this coin fall. Come on, Bitcoin. Lose 72K here. And we're going to be off to the races for coin. Coin gap fill is sitting all the way down here at 237.23. All right, NVIDIA is now starting to weaken a little bit, so that should help our coin trade and Bitcoin. Typically, semi-strong equals a strong crypto market. Come on, baby. Let's see what action we can get here. Apple's still negative on the session. Even as that oversold as Apple is, it still can't catch a bid. Bitcoin's selling a little bit harder here, guys. So I still see Qs retesting pre-market low, but 437 is a safe bet. We are starting to see this neckline being lost again. Wow, this Coinbase trade is going to take us to the promised land. What would be your SPY put? I don't have a SPY put chart up right now. I'm actually just watching the Qs on many different time frames. But let me just quickly pull up my SPY chart. Probably you have your 7-day moving average at 511. So maybe 511 puts if you can find something decent. 511. You know, I even have a downside target. Your pre-market low is 510, just around that 510 zone. So 511, 510 I think is a reasonable juicy target. If you're a little more conservative, 512s. You can even buy 513s. Those are all 0 DTE plays. Look at coin coming in, guys. Here we go. Here we go. Come on, baby. Come on. Nice. Let's go, coin. Come on, coin. Come on, coin. We are printing here. We just need Bitcoin to keep falling, guys. We need Bitcoin to keep falling. Qs are still seeing some resistance at this zone. Coinbase, we're banking again. I'm personally up another 1,700 on this trade. So initially we banked 3,300. And now I'm up another, 1,400 now with this little pop. But we are seeing interesting price action across the board. No problem. No 513 0 DTs. That's a safe bet, I would assume, on the SPY. That's probably a very safe bet. So the Qs are actually hitting the 440 7-day moving average. There's daily chart resistance here on the Qs at 440.06 is your 7-day moving average. So it is sloping down. So it's going to be difficult for it to get above it. Oil's just ripping now. Nat gas falling, almost going negative. Bitcoin's still under 72K. You can see the Qs are trying to fight and push above that EMA and your pre-market high of 440. Again, 7-day moving average is sloping down on the Qs, which is at 440.09. 440.09. Bitcoin seeing some heavy volume in this range. A brief new high. Could Bitcoin end the day with a nice daily topping tail? It's certainly trying to form that topping tail as we speak. So I still expect Coinbase to go down today, down a little bit more today. Fully anticipate that, especially if Bitcoin loses 71,000. It's trading at 71.8. You still have strength in mega cap land. Meta at the highs, Google at the highs, Microsoft at the highs. So Qs aren't really showing any signs of weakness. Really, the weakness is coming from small caps down 0.39%, some commodities. You know, some semiconductors. Tesla obviously is weak. And just be very careful with nat gas, guys. It's not showing it's not showing too much bullish price action at the moment. Oil's ripping, guys. Oil's ripping. Another red to green reversal on oil. That's going to put additional pressure on this market. That will put additional pressure on this market. So your high pivot on the Qs was roughly 440, 440.40, 440.39 was your high pivot on the Qs. and you're right now fighting pre-market high. Tesla is absolutely flying. Could have squeezed more out of that zone, but we did take profits. You can see the Dixie's running into some near-term resistance. That was your high spike pivot off the CPI. Remember, CPI report wasn't that all impressive, so it's going to be interesting to see if we see a downtrending session today. You know, of course, we had that big spike up, rally, but will we see the markets form any sort of a trend today? My best guess is that trend will likely be to the downside, especially with the Dixie and yields holding firm. You do have the VIX down, getting slapped here. VIX is getting slapped, so that could also make a potential bullish recovery. That would not shock me if the VIX starts to curl back up, especially if we enter a little bit of a downtrend. Remember, Qs have triggered this bearish formation. So a lot of people piled in on the short side when we got that negative print on the CPI. Markets would look like they're selling off. And then in the pre-market, they ramped it up on light volume. And then they had an initial people, they caused people to cover and chase. And then they sell it on you. Right as you think you're breaking down this neckline, they rip it right back up on people, causing people to chase again. And now it probably looks to be that they may start selling into this market. We're just watching the dollar here. We're watching the dollar. So, I mean, it's just a game of liquidity, right? Can they take as much liquidity on the way up as they can on the way down? That's the name of the game. So we're still in the driver's seat on coin, guys. We are in the driver's seat on coin. This one, I think, can actually come down to 237.23 today, just based off of if Bitcoin retests 70K. And Bitcoin's looking heavy in this region. You are seeing a lot of people trying to buy in and swoop in, but it's looking heavy in this region, to be honest. Still below the 7-day moving average on the Qs. You're hitting the 30-minute EMA 113. That's additional resistance. You're just consolidating under pre-market high. Amazon's still really, really strong. Amazon looks like it wants its gap fill, which is sitting at 175.30-ish. Microsoft's still trending higher here, consolidating. Google's still at the highs. Meta's still at the highs. Tesla's negative but moved up off of the lows quite substantially.
Still trending here, sitting at the top of this order.
Bitcoin's selling off a little bit more. I can sell you some lithium grease for that squeaky door. I know, man. I've been meaning to put it, but for some reason I can't find any of my WD-40. It's I know a couple of the people have commented on it. It is a squeaky door.
All right, I'll go down and come back.
Sure.
It's good to know my mic's powerful. Picks up the door. Alright guys, so we're just still short coin at the moment. That's really about it. I know I have mentioned some QQQ puts. I do like it in this region, but if you get a close above this 10-minute high candle there, this reversal, then you should exit those puts because it means we could push up to this 442, 440, this next resistance. So that's what I'm watching. You know, you have your pre-market high here in yellow. That's a strong resistance. And you have your pre-market low in yellow, these two dotted lines. So that's the range. If you break out of the pre-market high range, you want to get out of those shorts. If you keep getting rejected, I think it's a short all the way down, and we could even fall lower. At the moment, we're just short coin, and we're waiting patiently. We are just waiting patiently. Come on, coin. Can we get a flusher? Markets are kind of just stabilizing here, which means that market participants are just quite undecided at this point in time. Right now, you have the dollar falling, which should help indices, but you have oil rallying almost back to 78 a barrel on oil. almost back to 78 a boil. Can you take a look at Vale swing trade? Sure. Let's take a look at Vale. Vale just keeps gapping down here. All right, Qs are trying to push above pre-market high and that 7 daily moving average resistance. Yeah, Vale's had some negative reactions off of its dividend, people pricing in weaker price action. You're into some support here. You can see it's this triple bottom zone. There is a gap fill. So I'm almost going to add to the position if I get a retest of this 12.25 zone. That's where I do like to potentially add to the position. But definitely a big technical breakdown in Vale off of this bear flag pattern. It's getting oversold and you're coming into some mega support. There's even a gap fill today, which you're filling. So there's a lot of support here on Vale. There is.
There we go. Got my first target. Here comes 4 points to the next one.
Qs pushing for new high of day. They are. So Qs are looking to confirm at a new high of day.
There it is. There's the opening range high.
Let's look back at the Qs here because they are trying to push higher. So just be careful with those puts, guys. If anyone's in QQQ puts, just be careful. This is where, you haven't confirmed above it on the 30-minute, but the smaller term time frames, on the 1-minute chart, you did confirm a new high of day on the Qs. Let me just correct this chart. So you can see on the Qs, we did push for a new high of day. I'm still holding coin. Again, this is just a 1/4 entry on coin. So I'm still holding short. We already took monster profits. Bitcoin trying to push back above 72. Meta pushing higher. Microsoft's pushing. So this push is really coming from Microsoft and NVDA at the moment. Big push up in these names. Really big push. Huge push up in these mega cap names.
Oh, Sharky. I should have grabbed that on the breakout.
Nat gas weak. Oil red to green reversal. Bitcoin's trying to push back above 72K. Dollar's taking a small breather. So the Qs do appear to be negating its head and shoulders for now. Basically, since it's looking like we're negating this head and shoulders pattern, if I look at the hourly chart, you can still use this new neckline now. This would be your new neckline for a much larger potential head and shoulders. So right now, that downside target that I gave you is being negated at the moment, at this point in time. So I'm just going to erase that. 10-minute chart still needs to confirm above this pivot, but smaller term time frames are trying to give us that little bit of a breakout. Amazon, new high. Microsoft still charging. Wow, what strength in these mega caps. And again, you still have the Russell weak on the session. Apple still negative, Tesla negative, AVGO negative. Monster move in the Qs, guys. Still seeing Coinbase under some distribution. Despite the indices pushing, coin is still undergoing some distribution. The next major resistance is at this 442.10 zone, guys. 442.10. Huge pump. What a pump in the market.
Yeah, 20 cents away.
Microsoft's just a monster today. Microsoft is just a absolute monster today. Just soaring and roaring. Gold's still down quite substantially. Meta's hitting resistance, EMA 113, but it's trying to form a little bit of an intraday bull flag pattern. Qs are above the 7-day moving average. So technically that's a bullish sign, but the question is, can it close above that moving average today? Is it going to hold the strength today? Really, the CPI report wasn't all that nice in terms of confirming the inflationary trends. Higher CPI print, markets are up. So almost what that tells us is that there are too many people positioned on the short side and they're trying to rope in the liquidity. But interesting to see markets rallying here, and it's a pretty substantial rally in the markets. You are seeing the risk assets like small caps underperforming against the new inflationary trends. You're seeing gold down, believing the inflation report, silver down, believing the inflation report, but Qs are just lifting this market by the scruff of the neck and pushing it higher. Nat gas has almost gone negative. I think the next short zone on the Qs, I will be interested in shorting the Qs at this 442 area. That's what I'm waiting for. I'm just going to go in via the QQQ, and I'm looking to short the Qs at this 442. I think off of this 442 area, I think we can easily look for 440 puts, 0 DTEs, but I'm just going to go in with a QQQ common share short. I prefer that in a time like this, where the market's not making too much fundamental sense going up in an inflationary report. Still holding coin short, we are in the money. Monster trade off of the open. A nice long trade on Tesla, which if you're still holding, you're in the driver's seat. But we should see a little bit of a pullback here in the indices. Things have gotten a little bit ahead of themselves.
Inverse head and shoulders, the neckline is 174. 365.
Qs are still very, very strong on the session, holding firm. NVIDIA, Microsoft still monsters on the session. NVIDIA up 3.29%, Microsoft up 2%. Those stocks alone, number 1 and number 3, are just lifting this market higher, guys. Mara down 3. Coinbase slightly green, up 0.4. ARM down. The ARM lockup actually ended today, guys. So the ARM lockup actually ends today, which means that I think there's roughly 90 million shares that are exiting the lockup stage. So we'll see if this starts to dump. At the moment, it's slightly negative. Saw a dump at the open. Bitcoin's trying to push back up. Wow, Microsoft's just a monster, guys. Microsoft is a monster. It's trying to attack its gap fill. Microsoft has a gap fill sitting at 414, around 414.90. Holy, what a monster. What a monster, guys. The big question is, a lot of these people that are holding these shares, like SoftBank, are they going to start dumping? Let's look back at the Qs. All right, guys, Qs are coming up into the short zone, so get ready. I know some people hopped on the Qs short early. I've still just been patient and waiting. But QQQ at 442, I like it. 442, I'm going to enter in on the short side. 442 on the short side, guys. Get ready. We are approaching. Going into 1/4 position. Oh, come on. Don't tease us like that, Qs. NVIDIA going up to any thoughts? Yeah, it's just, I think, a dead cat bounce, in my opinion. There's still an unwavering amount of strength in NVIDIA. still the leading powerhouse stock. I think people are seeing, a pullback from the highs as a buying opportunity. But what I'm still seeing is I really only think NVIDIA starts to decline once Bitcoin breaks down. There's still a lot of hype in the crypto market. So I think the fact that Bitcoin just made a new all-time high today is just also adding fuel to the fire for the semis. Guys, even a short in this range, I'm going to be a stickler and wait for 442 on the Qs because I am seeing Microsoft and NVIDIA and Apple now firming up. So I still like a short on the Qs, but 442 I'm waiting. 442 I'm waiting. And then just understand that we could push all the way up to 443.44 today. That's a big measured move that I have on the chart. Bitcoin coming in a little bit more, so still holding coin short off this 258. We are the second time. We took roughly just over 6% on the first trade on coin. And we gave you that one in the pre-market. If you streamed live with us during the CPI, we took that trade, right at around that market pump, around 8:35 in the morning. Oh, look at that QQQ missing us by 7 cents. Jesus, that's crazy. That is crazy. You know what, guys? I think Apple's also short here. It's down in a strong market. Down in a strong market. I think Apple's a short. AAPL.
Yeah, we're rejected. Almost to the penny there. Target one hit.
All right, guys. I'm going to take a stab at Apple on the short side here. 172.54 short. 172.54 short. 172.54. We are short Apple. This is a 1/4 position. This is the first entry. It's a 1/4 position. I'll have your gap fill liquidity down here, which we still never filled that technical gap on Apple. Very interesting. All right, Qs are pushing back up. QQQ still at 442 is a short zone in my opinion. QQQ at that 442 is still a short zone, guys. So we'll watch that carefully. So right now we're still holding coin, and we're holding Apple now on the short side. Qs are still ripping here. 442 is almost in play. Not quite yet, but almost. Apple, we're picking on Apple because it's actually negative. I'll add to Apple. Basically, the second entry will be at this 173.42 zone. All right, Qs are going to hit 442 here, guys. I'm short the Qs, 442. 442, short the Qs, guys. 442, I'll actually put the QQQ chart back on, but it did tag 442 to the penny, and we are now short the Qs. Short Apple, short coin. 442 even. 442 even, guys. Let's play ball. 3 positions on the docket. Coin, we're in the money. Coin, we're in the money. Apple, we're slightly down. And we're short the Qs. Bitcoin's starting to fall a little bit more now. See the dollar still just consolidating near the highs of the range. Interesting to see the dollar at the highs of its CPI spike, and the Qs are also at the highs or well above the highs of the spike. That's certainly interesting. All right, we're seeing Tesla break down, Bitcoin coming in, losing 72,000 again. It's manipulation, Chris. That VIX is just a monster of a trade. It's it just doesn't seem to work like it usually does, which is why you have to wait for total extremes. You know, I don't know what they're doing with the VIX, but they certainly use it as I swear they use it as a fund of liquidity just to prop markets up sometimes. They just keep selling into it. You know, one of the days, once they start manipulating that VIX, it's going to have a huge explosion. I don't know when that day is. I wish I did, because I would be taking deep out of the money deep out of the money calls. But the VIX is just heavily manipulated, right? You know, I mean, you do have all indices green today, so that's obviously a reason why the VIX is lagging. NVIDIA is soaring and roaring, now up 4%. The monster continues to run on the loose. On the loose. You have AVGO still lagging. Apple's still negative. Coin's gone negative again. Bitcoin's still down about 0.46%, but just chopping in a range here on Bitcoin. Microsoft is a short at 414.96. It's gap fill. Super overbought. Trading on a 10-minute RSI 80.81. Next ad level on the Qs is going to be 50 cents higher, guys. 50 cents higher in the middle of this range. And then 50 cents higher from that level. So just adding every 50 cents to our QQQ position until we have a full 4/4 position. Nat gas, can you believe it? It's gone negative. And again, I warned you, I had a video out yesterday free on my channel. I also discussed it with my members that, you know what, I took the break even on nat gas, and that's proving to be a smart trade. Sometimes, you know, the best winning trade is just a break even. And even though we made money off of that sell on UNG, a nice 11.5% at the highs, you know, we still had a chunk of our portfolio still in UNG, and I took break even. You had an opportunity today to take break even. Apple green, yeah, Apple was slightly green, actually negative on my chart. So we're still looking at nat gas dump, guys. I do have a tradable level on nat gas on the long side. Nat gas could actually even flush really hard today down to 167. That would catch a lot of people off surprise. That's your gap fill at 167. You know, you will have some support at 172, which I may consider trading on the long side. But nat gas is looking heavy in this range. Heavy on my heart. All right, so just to summarize things, we are in a Coinbase short. We're in the driver's seat on that trade, already up about just over 1.5%, and it is falling here. We're in a QQQ short at 442 even. We're in an Apple short at 172.54. All of these are 1/4 positions. 1/4 positions, guys. Oh, I'm just going to do a little bit of a stretch here. So we've already taken 2 monster wins. Coinbase was a monster, and Tesla long was a nice little lunch money gain. Nice steak dinner.
Here's your halfback spot right here. The time must stop that.
Oil's back above 78 a barrel, guys. That's not going to bode well for the indices. You should see the indices break down here. Oil ripping. Obviously, nat gas is not ripping. SPY trading above 515. Absolute monster.
Yeah, there's your halfway retrace right there.
Russell right now is still holding on to some slight positive gains. Tesla's still down 1%. Coinbase coming in. Dixie trying to push up. You can see the QQQ resistance. Where I'm looking for a cover, guys, is around this pre-market high. So I'm looking for a cover on this QQQ short. I'm looking for a retest back inside this range here. Coinbase, nice move. Bitcoin's looking heavy here, guys. You're getting some short-term moving averages starting to slope down. Microsoft seeing its first little consolidation candle, down candle. So that's why the Qs are falling. So we're in the money on our coin. We're in the money so far slightly on QQQ, but I am looking for more. Qs are still relentlessly strong here, guys. Relentlessly strong. That's because of NVIDIA and Microsoft and Amazon. Amazon's contributing. What a monster, Amazon. And Meta. Meta's also a monster today. Qs are trying to push back up again. NVIDIA doing the heavy lifting now. NVIDIA's up 4.42%. Apple's still negative. Tesla's still negative. Bitcoin's still negative. Coin's still negative. Qs are up 1%. SPY up 0.87. So we're back in that phase of the market, guys, where Apple's negative in a QQQ strong market, which means that all of the money is flowing into the semiconductors today. Semis are catching all of the bids. SMCI's into a massive technical gap fill here at 1138. Technically, that's a short zone on SMCI. That is a technical short zone on SMCI. I even think going long the SOXS as a day trade here is very lucrative. If you're looking for an extra leverage play against the Qs, SOXS is a lucrative opportunity in my opinion. Just understand there's more risk. Coinbase trying to push back up, so is Bitcoin. Wow, just no stopping in NVIDIA. No stopping in Microsoft. Meta. Things are still really, really firm and strong, guys. Very firm and strong. And it's really wild to see the strength in the market today. And this comes on the back of a hotter CPI print, guys. 3 CPI prints in a row of higher inflation, and stocks are absolutely loving it, moving higher. The only thing believing the inflation report today is Tesla, down 1.18, and gold and silver. And some small caps. Small caps, Russell is negative on the session. So we're still short coin. Our average is sitting at 258.01. Still short the Qs, 442. And we're short Apple at 172.54. All of them are 1/4 positions, so we still have plenty of maneuverability. Nat Gas is sold and gone negative, losing that 186. A very bearish price action in Nat Gas. You now have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 consecutive 10-minute down candles in Nat Gas. So you are getting extremely oversold intraday, which does provide an opportunity for a bounce trade in the likes of Boyle, UNG. But, I mean, it's just a nasty, nasty, nasty down day. Tesla did have pretty bad news. What was the news, Briston?
Microsoft looks like it's just setting up a flag to just break the 415.
NVIDIA going for 900, guys. NVIDIA is going for 900. Wow. What a monster. Nat gas new lows. Oil still trying to reattack 78. QQQ trying to put in for new highs. Apple still negative despite the Qs surging. All right, QQQ guys, I just added there at 442.50. 442.50. So that's a half a position now short the QQQ. Average is sitting at this 442.25. Next ad level is 443. And then if we get through that, we'll add at 443.50. So every 50 cents we're adding to the Qs. Every 50 cents higher, I'm adding to my day trade short position. Okay. Microsoft new highs, NVIDIA new highs, Meta still pushing for new highs, Google still just stuck under that 20-day moving average. Coinbase still kind of in a sideways choppy range. Bitcoin still under 72K. The CEO lady died inside the car in a pond. Rescuers couldn't break the windows. Oh shit. Damn. That's damn, that is some nasty news. Rest in peace. Condolences. Jeepers. I didn't even read that. That's some pretty heavy news. You know, you are seeing Tesla trying to go green here. It is firming up off of the lows. So there's a chance that Tesla can actually go green just with the strength that we're observing in the Qs. Thanks for that piece of news, Briston. News, Toyota becomes one of the most short stocks. Really? Toyota. Very interesting. Very, very interesting. Wow, unwavering strength in the Qs as of now, guys. We're still pushing.
Adobe's still playing out very well off the trend line. A couple days ago, reclaimed the 550, 552 area. Now we're back to the level I've got.
So really, even though the Qs have pushed up, guys, off this consolidation pattern, Apple's still negative and is actually curling down.
Which I'm kind of bummed about because I think that was a mistake. But it's okay. We made some great money this morning. I was pretty loaded on that. I had 40 cons. We're making a dent in the losses from last week, so happy about that. Up pretty good today. There you go. We had an all right day yesterday for green, so I'm probably if I hit another good day like this tomorrow, I should be back around break even to green from last week's losses. So
QQQ still pushing higher. NVIDIA over 900. Coinbase dipping a little bit more now. Tesla still down 0.9. QQQ is coming up into our next ad level here, 443. Qs are now ripping up 1.24%. And it's really Microsoft and NVIDIA doing all the heavy lifting at the moment. Meta up 3.84. So Meta looks like it wants to attack its gap fill. Can you believe that gap down off of the Trump TikTok comments has almost negated that whole down move on Meta? Just shows you how much people are chasing these stocks higher and just absolutely wanting to buy it at any single price they can. Oil back above 78. Nat gas still at the lows. Qs 443. Next ad, guys. Next ad on the Qs is 443. Apple were basically just flat on the trade. Coin were still in the money. Still up about 1.5% on coin off this 258 level. It's good to see that Coinbase really hasn't broken out of this range despite the Qs and the S&P moving higher here. So Toyota Motor Corp, TM, the most shorted stock right now, eh? Or one of the most shorted stocks. Very interesting. Yeah, I think you can play puts on NVIDIA here. I think a retest to about 890 or even 888 is likely. But just understand it's strong. It's a strong, strong stock at the moment. You know, I just prefer picking on the Qs because you do have weakness right now in Tesla and Apple, and the Qs are getting overbought. So I'm just sticking with the Qs. I'm not going to play NVIDIA right now, even though I do think that there's a scenario it could come in. I'm just sticking with the Qs right now. You know, the QQQ 7-day moving average is all the way back at 440.46. So 440.46 is where I think we still retrace back down to, kind of in along the lines of this previous high pivot. So 440.46 is where I do think we retrace to.
Meta just got smacked down $2. Same with NVIDIA, $5 drop. Obviously about to make a new high.
So Microsoft's starting to see a little bit of sellers. Same thing with Meta. Same thing with NVIDIA. Still above 900. Still very, very strong. Dixie's falling a little bit, but you have the yields pushing up now. So the 10 years now up 1.24, and the 2 years up 1.21. So I think that shorts on small caps, IWM, TNA, should also work out well. You know, if you look at the Russell week, it's positive as of now, and it has moved up off of the lows, which is a nice positive sign. But typically with yields pushing higher and a firm dollar, that's two big headwinds for the Russell. I'm going to probably take a lotto play here on the Russell. I'm going to take... I'm looking at puts. I'm looking at puts off this area on the Russell. Let me just see something here.
Beautiful moves out. Beautiful moves on SPY too today.
I'm still looking at Russell puts, guys. IWM puts. I haven't found anything I like yet. I'm looking at... tough one, tough one.
Congrats. It's a beautiful move. You just got there. High volume coming in on that candle. Popped to new high. That was a great spot to scale some out. As long as we're making money, we good. 100%, man. Can't be mad.
All right, guys, I'm taking 204 0 DTE puts on the Russell. 204 0 DTE puts on the Russell. 204 0 DTE puts on the Russell.
That double top on Microsoft's playing out here to the downside.
High risk trade, size it for loss. You know, we did see the Russell move up off of the lows, off that bearish breakdown.
See if Tesla can get a pop up to 178.
Qs are still just really trading at our level. Qs are still very, very strong. Mitch McConnell's in-law. Thanks, Briston. Appreciate that.
Beautiful pop on Tesla.
Nat gas still bleeding lower. Let's look back at the QQQ short position. Still just hovering right at our range. You can see you're into this little resistance pivot. It's just an alert, guys. All right, our QQQ short are now flat on that trade. We're flat on Apple.
I'm gonna forget a little bit. Decent retrace right there. Maybe come back to 18.
Come on, Qs, give it up. Give it up. Retrace back to that 7-day moving average. Let's just do a fib retrace from that low to high move. So if we do a fib retrace from
15-minute candle.
this low to the high, you can see a retrace to 382. That's probably where I'll look to start covering some of the position. Right in that 382 retrace zone, just above this pivot. Meta is putting in a 10-minute engulfing candle, bearish engulfing candle.
This would be first target downside for Microsoft, which puts on the double top 413, shiny enamel 5 minute.
Qs are right back up. Gobble, gobble. It's now 11 o'clock. So we've done 90 minutes of trading. 90 minutes of trading has completed. And again, we've made money on coin. We're still in the driver's seat. Still think this is a very interesting reaction to CPI. Now you have Bitcoin breaking down here, guys. Take a look at Bitcoin. It is selling much, much harder. It is selling much, much harder. Look at that dump on Bitcoin 1-minute chart. So we are seeing some sell side pressure. Whoa, Coinbase is going to print, guys. Here we go. Bitcoin dumping. Come on, Bitcoin. Break this range. Head back to 70K and 69,000. I still see a retest of the 69,000 zone very late. Look at coin, guys. Here we go. This is now starting to print again, guys. We are up nicely on coin yet again. Just waiting on the Qs. Just waiting on the Russell. Come on, Bitcoin. Dump it. You know you want to dump it. And again, remember, members, we swung that BITI from yesterday. We entered at 732. We're already up about 13 cents a share. That's another monster win, a direct short on Bitcoin up 1.6. Totally understand if you want to take profits in this range, but I'm still looking for more. I'm still looking for more. But a nice dump. Bitcoin is getting bought right back up, though. Bitcoin is getting bought right back up. Big wick. Big wick energy. Qs were flat. Apple were now in the money. IWM were flat on those, well, slightly green, actually. It is 4 p.m. Depending on what time zone you're trading in, Bart. 4 p.m. I don't know where you are. I'm on that New York time. Toronto. All right, guys, Bitcoin's still looking heavy here, so coin should see more downside. You know, based off of what Mare is doing, Mare is down 4.41. So I'm still looking to ride Switzerland. Oh yeah, that's right. You did say Switzerland. Beautiful Switzerland. It's on the bucket list to visit. Definitely on the bucket list. Coinbase catching a bid here. Potential bullish reversal coming into Bitcoin. Just notice how that huge dump occurred and it got gobbled right back up. So that's some strength in Bitcoin, but that's still a heavy candle. I'd be shocked if it absolutely maintains its bullish reversal. As of now, it's trying to get back inside this channel. Quick dip down out of the channel. Come on. Don't play dirty, Bitcoin. Don't play dirty. Still an unwavering amount of strength in the Bitcoin market, crypto market as a whole. Nice reversal coming into play. Meta analysis, please. I'm in the soup with 550 calls, minus 86%, March 15th expire. So you have 3 days on the clock, and you're looking for, sorry, what did you take? Let me just read that again. Your 550 calls. Ooh, yikes. Yikes. Yeah, I mean, you know, that's, you're definitely not going to hit 550 by the end of the week. That would be astonishing. You'd be lucky to see Meta fill its gap around that 505, 506 area. I think that's kind of your limited upside in the near term. That's probably the most you're going to get in terms of upside. Let me just quickly look at Meta here. You know, it's strong today, but it was weak yesterday on the back of Trump's comments. But I think that the upside is limited to 505 here. This gap fill 506. I think that's kind of your max upside there, Ram. So unfortunately, I'm not bullish on Meta. You know, I think that it's reached a lofty valuation here. You know, and then I'm kind of bearish on the fact that they are trying to design their own chip in-house. You know, long term, I see the opportunity there for them to design their own chip in-house, but short term, that's going to require a lot of expenditure and capital, a lot of R&D, a lot of design. You know, I would have much preferred them to just probably outsource it, team up with someone like NVDA or whoever else suits their needs. But you're still in a bullish range here on Meta. I just think that those calls, your max upside probably by the end of the week is this 506, 507 area. Sorry guys, I had my mic muted briefly there. Mic check, thank you. Yeah, Kara got a nice little spike there. Qs are trying to break a little bit of a flag pattern. Coinbase moved up there because Bitcoin put in that bottoming tail. Still could be forming a little bit of a micro head and shoulders on the Qs. You really haven't triggered the neckline yet. This could be your first lower high intraday. So I'm still holding short on the Qs, still holding short on coin. And with a 1 minute stop above that 258 level, that's my stop loss on coin. And we're holding Russell put, which is moving slightly against us. So let's see if this lower high plays out or if this is just consolidation in the grander picture. But crypto's still trying to move higher here. Coinbase, MSTR, Mara catching a little bit of a bid. Oracle still up 10.5%. Coupang, Soundhound catching nice bids on the volume chain. Natgas trying to catch a little bit of a bounce, still weak. Oil's back above $78 a barrel. It's now up 0.67%. So every time oil dips, it's just buyers swoop in, right? Buyers swoop in. It's got a beautiful, beautiful flag pattern on oil in the daily chart, just consolidating above that 200 and that EMA 113. You know, the rate that oil is moving, you're probably about 3 weeks away from a golden cross happening. So you have the 50-day moving average upsloping in nice alignment. It's just about to cross the 100 period moving average. So when the 50 and the 100 meet in a bullish uptrend, that's usually a positive sign, and it does indicate a very likely scenario where the 50 intersects with the 200 and forms that golden cross. So again, we are seeing coin trying to push up, guys. It's now back at our entry. Probably should have taken some profits, but I was being greedy because I was confident that we were going to see more downside. And we did have an initial drop there on Bitcoin. Bitcoin's still at 72K. A lot of resistance, a lot of selling here. You're hitting some hourly resistance right now on Bitcoin. It is trying to hold, and the markets are strong at the moment. Qs are still strong. I'm still holding this 258. Again, it's a 1/4 entry. So dollar curling down. Yields have softened just a little bit here. Apple trying to make a push up. Thank you, Graham. I know you're muted. Thank you. Qs are going for a new high of day, guys. Qs are going for a new high of day. I still like 443 to add to the position. Again, we're only a half position short on Qs. NVDA new high. Apple trying to go higher. Meta curling. Tesla almost making. Tesla's now green, guys. Wow, should have held that Tesla trade from the lows. That would have been sublime. You know, we picked it at that 173.29 zone. $5 run up here. Jeez, what a monster. What a monster. All right, Bitcoin's curling down again, guys. Still unwavering strength in the Qs. Still haven't pushed for a new high on the Qs yet, but I will add at a 443. You know, I may have to adjust this level a little bit more because we have consolidated. I still like 443, but I might just let it pierce and add to that level. Again, impressive to see Tesla going green. AVGO still lagging down 0.6. Apple just turned slightly green. NVIDIA going for new highs again. Microsoft consolidating, Meta consolidating, Amazon also putting in some consolidation. Tesla's just had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 consecutive 10-minute green candles in a row. It looks like Tesla could push almost up to 181 today based off of this reversal, but Obviously, it's going to need the market to stay firm. Ram, did you hear my meta analysis or was I muted? Because basically, I think that Meta's upside is limited to about 505 this week. So, I mean, you may have to take a loss on those calls, unfortunately. It's just a matter of how much can you squeeze out of it until that expiry by the end of the week. Oil still above 78, charging higher. Every time oil dips, it seems to be getting gobbled up. So oil seems to be a hot trade. Still no close above on the 1 minute chart for coin, but it's getting very, very close. Bart B, I think we are falling today, tomorrow, and then on Thursday. I mean, we're up nicely on the Qs, right? And SPY. SPY up 1, Qs up 1.2. So it's going to take a pretty hard sell to take this market negative. I do think we get a small pullback, but I have seen this playbook too, where you get a bad data results, markets react totally opposite the way they should, and then the following day they take it down. Because, I mean, you imagine, like, there were bearish setups on the Qs. You know, there were head and shoulders on the 30-minute chart. So how many people piled in on the short side trying to front run that bearish technical setup? And then, you know, you have that negative print, initial dip lower, people pile in on the pre-market again, and they just run it up on people. And then the narrative that will be spun if the markets close green and at the highs, you know, stocks are resilient despite inflation. You know, equities don't care about inflation, but equities do care about inflation. Yields care about inflation. Bonds care about inflation. Look at the dollar and gold. I mean, look at gold and silver today getting hit. GDX as well. So there are pockets in this market that do care. It's just tech is lifting everything by the scruff and pushing higher. NVDA now up 5.79%, guys. 5.79%, narrowing that distance between Apple and NVIDIA's market cap. Really wild.
Taking so long up here, I just ended up closing first, like, basically break even small win, but just because the yield was coming, I'd like to see a retest of that. Like,
oh, you meant Nat Gas? Sorry, Bart. Sorry.
That would be.
Yeah, that makes more sense.
But it's holding like tight. So,
yeah, that could be the case. Thursday up on inventories. Chris Maker says Thursday will show inventory surplus. It basically has been warm weather across the U.S. It has been a very mild winter. Even I heat my house on propane, and I mean, it's been a mild winter. Very, very mild. Tesla's still just holding at the highs. Mara's still down 2.5. Impressive to see Tesla going green. Oracle still up 10.5. Bitcoin slightly negative. Qs still potential lower high on the Qs, guys. Still potential, but I mean, in the 10-minute chart, this is looking like a bull flag consolidation. So we just got to watch, you know, all scenarios here. It is looking like a potential bull flag on the 10-minute chart. And you are consolidating above a previous resistance pivot.
okay, there we go. Come on. Tweeting.
So the puts you took today expire tomorrow. QQQ 431. Yeah, that would be a pretty decent fall on the Qs. And SPY 511. QQQ just made a new high of day, guys. I did add to my short there, 443.06, 443.06. Coin did get a 1 minute close above our level, so technically this should be a stop out, but I'm still holding. So my average now on the Qs is sitting at 442.53. 442.53. Final entry is going to be this 443.50, maybe even a little bit higher around this 443.60. Yes, I do, Paul. Yes, I do. Big ramp up in the Qs, still pushing higher. So this little neckline has been negated. It's still a level of support, but it has been negated. So now we look for the intraday resistance, which is basically going to be this little parallel channel. NVDA at 9:10.50 as we speak. Wow, what a monster. Coin still holding coin. We're just about break even. Still holding Apple down about 30 cents. How do you short the QQQ? I see PSQ. PSQ, I don't think I've used PSQ. You can do QID. PSQ, if it's a short play, you can do that. I'm just doing the QQQ directly. I usually do QQQ or QID. You can do short the QLD, which is a levered play as well. But PSQ should work. I like to pick whatever has the most volume. So the dollar is trying to make another move to the high side, but mega caps are still just showing unwavering strength at this point in time. We still have a Russell put, a coin short, which we're flat on, took monster profits on earlier, and then we have a QQQ 3/4 short. Again, next entry on the Qs is going to be at 443.56 or higher. 443.56 or higher. Strong market though. It doesn't seem like any sellers are coming into this picture.
Today's 10-year? Oh, it is, yeah. The time change. Good eye on that, Frank.
So the dollar's trying to move up. Qs are also trying to push up. Tesla's still surging here. Meta pushing. NYCB plans reverse split after 1.5 billion infusion. Wow. How's that stock reacting today? NYCB, not seeing it on the volume list, so probably not that crazy. Currently up. All right, guys, I'm just going to grab some quick food. I'll hop back on the mic if anything changes. I'm still watching things here. Still short the Qs, still short coin. QQQ next ad level is going to be at this 443.56. So I'm just going to grab some quick food and we will watch things progress here. Bitcoin back above 72K. Oil taking a breather. Coinbase pushing up. I'll be right back, guys. Alright guys, so we have seen a little bit of a dip on the Qs, still really strong on the session. You have NVIDIA leading the charge, but it has pulled from the highs. Apple's trying to curl back up, Meta's falling a little bit. Let's see. Chris Maker, no major nat gas cuts announced. Nat gas is a byproduct of oil drilling in central costs. Yep, that's right. Still seeing coin trying to push higher here. Bitcoin's still around 72K, so it hasn't started to firm up just quite yet. And you can see there's a whole host of resistance here on coin. A lot of moving averages coming into effect. You did get a bearish cross of the EMA 113 and the 50. So we'll see. If it can get above there, then coin can push higher. But if this bearish cross takes hold, we should fall lower on coin. Oracle up 11. Mara is still down 3.68. So we'll see if any sort of sympathy creeps into coin. You still have MSDR performing well. QQQ, we're now in the money, guys. Russell puts are also starting to turn green for us. So QQQ, we've just been patient here. We've just been patient with this market again. Can you buy more calls? No, I wouldn't buy more calls on Meta. Not here. Let it dip. Meta still hasn't even dipped, really back to, you hit the 20, but I could see Meta hitting the 50. I think a correction on Meta hitting the 50, that's your potential entry zone. Big dip down on the Qs, guys. Big dip down on the Qs there. So we're now in the money. You are coming up into your first level of support as seen by this parallel channel. But I see a really decent amount of support, around minor support at 441.30. And then you have a major confluence of moving averages right when you hit the 440.50 to 440. So there's a huge confluence around 440.50. So this is nice. We're in the money. Let's see if we can squeeze more out on this QQQ short, guys. We're still short coin, short Qs, and short Apple. We're flat on Apple. We're in the money on Qs, and we're in the money on coin. And we're also in the money on the Russell. We're about $1 away from those 204 puts getting in the money. So we've just been patient here. Took a monster trade on coin earlier. Hopefully, I think we can get a retest of the lows on coin, and that would be a second monster trade on coin. So I am pretty optimistic that coin sees more downside. Come on, Qs. Break down, break down. Come on, Qs. Give it up. Give it up. You've been ruthless all day. You've been diverging from what truly should be happening in this market. We're up about 50 cents. I still think that EMA 113 will act as a little bit of support there. So I bought in at $10 on the 3. Watched it go from $11 plus or minus 15% each time. Wrote it up and then wrote it back down. So frustrating. I have a target of 15, now sitting at plus 1 cent. So Chris Maker's back in the UVIX, buying some volatility. UVXY is down 5.3. The actual VIX itself is down 6.9. Gold's down 0.9. Silver down 1. A little bit more selling coming into the picture here, guys. A little bit more selling. You do have Bitcoin losing 72K again. Bitcoin's losing 72K again. Come on, Qs, just flush it here. Dollar's still just been really consolidating in this range. Again, my upside target on the dollar today could press all the way to 103.30. My max upside move on the Qs today is, just give me 1 second. It's an adjustable target. My max measured move on the Qs is 444.64 to the upside. To the downside, my measured move to the downside is actually 432. So there's a huge wide range, right? A big wide range at the moment.
We break the figure, could go maybe actually 95, we can go down to 381 or to
Yields are all creeping up again. You have NVIDIA curling down, Apple curling down, Tesla seeing some profit taking. Qs are holding support, trying to get a bid up. Apple were basically flat on the trade. Tesla's starting to come in a little bit. Tesla's back to the negative side. That Russell's falling pretty sharply here, guys. So the Russell 2000, those puts, those 204 puts are coming in nicely here, guys. QQQ trade also making a little bit of a range break outside this channel. So let's see. Come on. Keep falling. Keep falling. Come on, Qs. A little bit of a bear flag on the 1 minute. This should take us down to potentially test this green bar, this little impulse volume candle. But you can see buyers are stepping up. NVIDIA is still curling down, Tesla curling down, Meta, Google catching a small bid. Russell's still falling pretty sharply here, guys. 80 cents away from 204s in the money. So the Russell 2000 is coming in pretty hot. And remember, that one was weak for most of the tape, which is why we took puts on that indice. So again, we're about halfway there. Come on, Russell. Keep falling. Keep falling here. Again, a higher inflation print. The logical outcome was for the markets to sell off, but markets never act logically. So they pumped it up, got people to cover on shorts, people thinking, hey, if the market's not going to fall on a higher inflation print, what's going to take this market down? And now they appear to be selling into it just a little bit. I mean, you still have the Qs up 1, SPY up 0.7, Russell down 0.3. So if it's any sort of indication, maybe the Qs and SPY follow the Russell and go flat to negative. That would be quite something, to be up over 1% on the Qs and then the Qs reverse lower. So very interesting. Bitcoin curling down a little bit. Dixie also falling here. Oil giving up some of the gains. Still positive on the session. Nat gas still down on the session by about 1.71%, considering it was up over 3% at the highs, is not a good sign for nat gas. So as of now, you are seeing the Qs get a small bounce, retesting. So it does seem that every time NVIDIA catches a bid, Apple sells off. Every time Apple catches a bid, NVIDIA sells off. So a little bit of a shuffle game going on in the queues between the second and third largest company. Coinbase trying to push back up. Bitcoin's still curling down below 72K. Honestly, volatility has been tough. Volatility has been so tough. It's just not acting right. I still think that the VIX is due for a big spike, but markets have been charging for all-time highs, right? So the volatility has really only been to the upside. Hasn't been much downward pressure. China stocks absolutely loving life, ripping. Qs are getting another big push to the high side. Coin trying to push up. Bitcoin still kind of laggy at this point. NVIDIA up 5, Tesla down 0.2, SoundHound up 10, Coupang up 5, AMD up 1, Mara down 3.83, Oracle up 11, AAL down 4, Vale down 4, Rivian down 2.2, SoFi down 2.5, Apple slightly negative, on down 13.6, CLSK down 4.8, NEO up, NYCB catching a bid. The dollar's curling down, which is why the indices are trying to push back up here. Dollar curling down typically is helpful for the indices. Qs, nice big bounce in the Qs. Nice bounce in the Qs. Definitely trying to firm up here again. NVIDIA looks like it wants to retest its highs. The question is, can it move higher than 5.86% today? Microsoft trying to curl up. That's going to help the Qs. Apple's still kind of lagging here at this vicinity. Nat gas trying to form a little bit of a local bottom here off this 177, 178 zone. So the dollar's gone through 30 minutes of selling here, and the Qs have put in potentially a lower low here. First lower low. Let's see if we put in a lower high.
Oh my God,
Bitcoin curling down a bit. Bitcoin is curling down a bit. Meta curling down, Google curling up, Microsoft just chopping sideways, NVIDIA trying to push higher, Tesla getting a nice 10-minute green candle, Apple still just at our entry, Qs are at our entry. So it's just a patience of wait and see what happens here. Just a game of patience. You know, a nice little recovery on the Qs. You did break this channel. Now you're pushing right back up. Still think Bitcoin's due for a move back down to 70K. You hit a flash dump there and you hit a low around 70,800. Coinbase coming in a little bit. Heavier volume starting to increase in this region. A little bit of a heavier volume starting to come in. Market volatility is just being sucked out right now. Really not too much volatility at this point in time. Maybe we get some more. Had an alert on DVA. Trigger, DaVita looks to be breaking out. Let's take a look at DaVita, DVA. So this is a Warren Buffett does hold this stock. So whenever Warren Buffett's in a stock, you know fundamentally the case is strong. Yeah, I still remember this buying opportunity. And I didn't fucking pick anything up on that massive gap down. But yeah, DVA has broken out. You know, it's a strong uptrending chart. Remember, the market has been strong, so this stock trades with the market. Basically, yeah, it is breaking out. Look at that. I mean, the only negative, I don't like chasing stocks that are up, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 weeks in a row. But it is a technical breakout being observed here. So this could be a strong weekly close. If you get a weekly close above this high pivot, then that's a very, very strong weekly close. Is it the all-time high? What do I have here? Yeah, so that's the all-time high that it's trading into. So, I mean, it is looking positive. And then what you want to see is bullish consolidation above this all-time high. I don't think you chase it here. I think you wait for the next consolidation pattern, just like here. If you can get a nice bull flag above that previous all-time high, that's definitely a long setup. Keep this one on watch. Nice strong chart, very strong technical uptrend. Very strong. What is this company? Are they in the dialysis game? Is that what they do? Dialysis? I know they're healthcare. Health services, nursing, medical services. Yeah, okay. But keep DaVita on watch. That is a strong chart breaking out to new all-time highs. But I would wait personally for consolidation. You can always try to chase it here. Maybe you get some, free price discovery where it continues to grind higher since it's into new all-time highs. But I personally can't chase it yet. But a nice looking chart there. Nice find there, Tom. That's a good chart. Strong uptrend. Very strong uptrend. All right, let's see how the Qs are doing. So Bitcoin's actually starting to sell a little bit more, guys. We're still short coin, still short the Qs, puts on the Russell, and short on Apple. So we're in the money on coin, we're in the money on the Qs, we're flat on Apple, and we're up a little bit on our Russell puts.
target. What I thought it was 175.60. I've actually stayed 54 dollars. Why do I have that? That's what I had. Oh, I didn't even get there. Because there. Oh, do you hear this kid in the background? I feel like he's gonna start talking soon. Dude, I hear, bro, I can't wait. We're gonna hear him. Dude, like, oh shit. The kid is 3 months old. It's like, totally, like, I don't understand what's going on. He's like exercising his vocal cords like crazy all the time. Yeah. Do yours do this, Casey? I guess he's not. Yeah, you're taking kids like a lot. So, he's assuming yes. I know her. I know his wife. The oldest daughter. One last thing is hit the road check. Well, yeah, not that.
All right, Qs are starting to weaken a little bit. Qs are starting to weaken. Potentially your first lower high. You got your first lower low. Now the question is this going to be your lower high? So you need to now see if this breaks this pivot low. Apple were flat. Again, Apple's been pretty much chopping in negative territory all day long today. Has been chopping in negative territory. IWM forming a little bit of a bear flag. Guys, these Russell puts, they're 66 cents away. If they get in the money, that will be a nice, about 100% gain on the Russell puts. A nice, cool 100%. Nat gas looks like it wants to go lower. Qs are coming in pretty hard here, so this is our first lower low test. Mike Nielsen, my dad said they're reopening some of the uranium mines in southern Utah. Canadian company ISO Energy. Is that a publicly traded company? ISO Energy. I'm just going to pull it up on the Dixie side window here. ISO Energy. I mean, technically, if they open up more uranium, long term that means bullish, but short term that could be more supply coming online, which inherently more supply probably weakens the price. You know, it's kind of almost, uranium could go through that phase like nat gas did in that Russia-Ukraine invasion where, you know, there was a limited supply, was the infrastructure wasn't ready, had that huge blow-off move. But that's a good piece of information. So this is the ISO chart here. I'm pretty sure it is. Let's just see here. Non-energy minerals, other metals, miners. Could be forming a little bit of a head and shoulders. Notice you had a big kind of almost double top failed breakout. Very weak high price there. So not too strong. Qs are still trying to come lower here, guys. We are still remaining short. Nice information there. Let's look at URA today, uranium. I am interested in buying the next dip. I mean, uranium has been dipping. I don't know what it's doing today. I actually haven't looked at it. But putting in a little bit of a bear wedge on uranium. This is a nice bear wedge. So uranium should go lower. QQQ putting in a potential lower low. So this little bear wedge on uranium should take it down to about 24 bucks. That's where I'd be a buyer, guys. Uranium for a bounce at 24 bucks is where I'd be a buyer. You're hanging on to this EMA 113 on the Qs. Let's see if we can dip one more flush below, and then I'll look for a cover. I'm going to look to cover half the position and put an in-the-money stop, guys. So you hit your first fib level once, had a weak bounce. Now you're coming back down again on the Qs. Let's see if we can get some more downside. Apple, we're in the money. Let's look at our Apple trade as well. We'll keep that window open. So Apple's coming in nicely. NVIDIA's weakening, potential lowercase h pattern on NVIDIA. Amazon curling down, Meta curling down. A lot of weakness creeping into Apple. Bitcoin's still holding up okay. Dollar's catching a small minor bid. Again, we're short Apple at this 172.50 zone. That Russell trade is also about 58 cents away from going in the money. So hopefully those Russell puts. Natgas just made a new low of day. Natgas did just make a brand new low of day. Look at that Russell trade, guys. That thing's playing out beautifully. I mean, picture perfect. A nice little bear flag forming. Even if you look on the 5-minute chart, I'll put the 5-minute chart of the Russell on. Georgiana, I sold all SMR today at 619. I'll buy back on a major pullback. Talking about uranium. Nice job there. Nice job, Georgiana. You rode that thing up for a lovely gain. So congrats on that trade. That's a monster win. Over 100% bagger. Nice job. Nice job there. All right, Bitcoin's curling down, so that should put more pressure on Coinbase and semis. You know, crypto's been strong. Semis have been strong. We're still riding a 204 put down on the Russell. But I want more. Still riding a coin short and an Apple short and a QQQ short. 4 trades on the docket. A little bit more weakness creeping into Bitcoin, guys. So our coin should, I still think coin can retest the low of day, guys. You know, it's obviously if the market stays firm, it's going to be a little bit more difficult. Ram is talking about KOLD puts. Not quite yet, Ram. Not quite yet. Not yet. I still think that you test 172 at the minimum for nat gas, and I even think you could hit 167 gap fill. And believe it or not, you know, I mean, my video, according to my analysis yesterday, I mean, there's even a chance we make new lows around 150 on nat gas. It's not what the bulls want to hear, but just what I'm seeing technically setting up here on nat gas, you know, and this is coming from a bull. I was bullish, right? We rode up for most of that run up from that 160 area all the way up to $2. We sold, members sold around that $2 level. And I'm still bullish on nat gas, but just in the short term, I think there could be one more little shakeout, so to speak. So I think you can start inching in KOLD puts around 172 and then building up a firm position all the way down to 150. That's kind of what my thinking is around that. Obviously, KOLD is levered 3 times, boils 2 times. So just recognize extra risk in KOLD. But my game plan here, any viewers, I'm looking to start accumulating nat gas again around 167, 168, and then lower. You know, there is a chance that we can go all the way down to 150 based off of this little bit of a bearish rejection that we're seeing in nat gas. So just understand that. I mean, we could absolutely bounce here. It's still massively oversold in comparison to some of the other commodities. I mean, you even look at the DBC commodity basket ETF. That is trying to put in a little bit of a reversal. So DBC is a basket of commodities. It has exposure to many different commodities. But you can see DBC, right? Firm, trying to actually break out of this little bit of a basing formation. So the selling has kind of abated. Had a big move up, rejection held these lows, and now you're trying to push up again. So DBC is looking interesting on a commodity basket, you know, which tells us that, okay, maybe nat gas is getting close. Silver is looking likely it's going to push higher. Oil, wheat, a variety of other things. And again, that kind of also supports the inflationary trends. If the DBC ETF starts to uptick and rise and causes most commodities to rise in price, what's that going to do to inflation? You know, we just saw inflation uptick slightly. Markets really don't care across the tech space. But typically, when commodities start to rise, that's extra inflationary pressures that are coming into the picture. So we're going to be in a tricky landscape here into quarter two. You know, March is just under halfway complete. And quarter one obviously ends at the end of March. So quarter two is going to be very, very tricky for the markets, in my opinion. You know, we have the summer doldrums going to be kicking in quarter two. You still have that midterm election cycle coming up. But typically oil likes to rally a little bit higher in the summer. You know, we'll see if commodities want to rally higher. And that could be a tricky landscape for equities. Guys, Bitcoin's selling off a little bit harder now, testing 71.4, 71.4. NVIDIA is still strong on the session, up 5.5. Apple negative again. Bitcoin down 1. AVGO negative by 0.78%. Nat gas down by 1.6. Mara down by 3.3. Google positive. Amazon positive, up 2.27. Oil's up 0.48%. So again, some strength in Chinese stocks still creeping into the picture here. Apple's catching a bid. Google's curling up, trying to retest the highs. Tesla pushing back up. Tesla going for a new high of day, guys. Nat gas also curling up. Probably a little bit of a bounce trade in Nat gas here. I could see Nat gas retesting 180. You know, from current levels, that would roughly imply about a 1.1% bounce. So Nat gas trying to get a little bit of a bid. The Bitcoin volume here is starting to increase, which is telling us that, okay, there's some sellers starting to come back into the picture here. You know, Bitcoin's trying to retest this little bit of a tail candle that occurred. Again, it got scooped up so quickly on Bitcoin. Really wild. You know, I mean, there's an underlying bid in Bitcoin because the White House came out with their Bitcoin projection, 2035 projection based off of their tax revenue projections. So I always think that that's so fascinating that they can give a price projection on basically commodities or asset prices. But they're expecting much, much higher price because they're basically relying on Bitcoin hitting higher price and therefore resulting in more tax revenue. And again, just realize that Bitcoin had a failed breakout here. Tried breaking out, made new all-time highs, and got rejected. So there is some sellers in this region. IWM, a little bit of a bear flag. Still riding those 204 puts, guys. Still riding those 204 puts. Again, if we hit 204 in the Russell, I will be closing those right away. It'll be roughly 100% gain. It'll be 100% gain on the trade. We just need to see if it'll break down. Qs are still firm here. Dollars curling down. Consumer staple stocks still moving up. In terms of sector performance day, XLK up 1.52. That's the best performing sector. Both Dow components are positive, up about 0.5% respectively. Materials are down 0.2. Communications up 0.6 on Meta strength and Google strength. XLE slightly negative despite oil being positive. You have financials up about 0.5%. Industrials slightly green, up 0.18. XLP, which is consumer staples, up 0.5%. Real estate down 0.5%. Utilities down 1.19. Healthcare slightly green by about 0.2. And consumer discretionary, Tesla and Amazon up about 1%. So still waiting on Bitcoin here. I still think that there's a larger potential pattern at play. You know, I still think BITI can actually fill its gap today at 766. So Bitcoin's still coming in, guys. Bitcoin is still coming in. Coin coming in, Russell coming in. So we're in the money on our QQQ trade. We're in the money on our Russell trade. We're in the money on our coin trade. And just waiting on Apple, guys. Just waiting on the big old Apple. Bitcoin seeing a little bit more selling. Whoops. That's the wrong. Come on, Bitcoin, dump it. All right, guys. Russell puts are coming into play. Come on. Come on, flush it. Flush it. Qs are still holding up though. Bitcoin's selling harder. Let's see what we can get here, guys. Come on, baby. Come on. Flush it. Break it down. Break it down. Nice job there, Ab. Sold your Soundhound 550 calls in the money, expiring March 15th. Good trade, good trade. Good trade. Bitcoin still looking a little bit heavy. Almost seeing the Russell and Bitcoin kind of trading in tandem. As opposed to the Qs are just still hovering. So again, we're in the money on our trades nicely. We're well positioned to keep banking here. I still think Bitcoin can flush down to 69K. We've been seeing these intraday spike downs and a little bit of a failed breakout today, which tell us that there's a big seller in Bitcoin at the moment at these levels. More selling in coin and Bitcoin, guys. Here we go. Here we go. Let's get ready. Let's get ready. Support is being tagged, but notice how we wicked all the way down to the 78 level, 70,008 level. Dollars trying to curl up. Here comes Bitcoin, guys. Get ready. Get ready. Coinbase still not really reacting. I mean, think about Coin. When we hit this low, Coin was all the way down here at the low. So just put that into perspective. You know, Coin hit a low here at 242 when Bitcoin wicked down here. The only reason Coin is higher is because the S&P and Qs are still seeing liquidity flowing into it. You do have the dollar trying to curl back up. Yields are still pushing. Come on. Give us a flush. Give us a flush on Coin. We want it. That BITI trade from yesterday, guys, we're up about 14 cents a share off that 732 level. So that's a direct short on Bitcoin. So still holding that BITI. So we've been producing quite a bit of profits here on the live stream. So anybody, please definitely like and share the stream. Check out my tradingcapital.ca swing trading and day trading service. One thing in the pre-market I told my members was the day trade plan was to just fade Coin at the highs, and we caught that whole move down. Anyone on the live stream had plenty of time to catch that whole move down. It was a monster trade in the morning. Bitcoin falling a little bit sharper, guys. Qs are also falling. They did make a little bit of a new low in that consolidation. We're still short Apple, short the Qs at 442.52 average. Russell, we have 204 puts, which are up about, they're fluctuating about 75% at the moment. I'm looking for a 204 in the money. That'll bank us 100%. Bitcoin's still falling, guys. Bitcoin's still falling. Coinbase coming in. Qs are trying to stabilize and catch a little bit of a bid here. Bitcoin still looking heavy here. The volume is starting to uptick, showing some signs of accumulation. Get ready to secure those Russell puts, guys. QQQ is making new lows here, guys. QQQ is making new lows. Well, not new lows on the day, but new lows in a little bit of a consolidation trend. So I'm actually almost interested in trimming a little bit here on the Qs. All right, guys, I just covered half 441.40. I covered half of the Q short position. I'm going to move the other. I'm going to move an in the money stop. So I covered half at 441.40. 441.40 on the Qs. Nice cover there. Took half of the trade profits. And I'm going to actually move an in the money stop right to this high pivot here. We're going to let the runners go. So my in the money stop is basically right at this high pivot. 442.16. Qs are still selling here. Let's go. Russell, I'm still riding those 204 puts. Remember, we took them all the way up here at 205.50. We're riding them down. I'm still holding an Apple short. We're basically just flat, and a coin short. We're still short at 258, so we're up about just $4.30 per share. Bitcoin, still seeing some more sell side pressure. Bitcoin actually just made a little bit of a new low today. Take a look at this. Bitcoin is selling here. It's testing 70K now, guys. 70K on Bitcoin is coming into the picture. That's going to put pressure on coin. Oops, that's the wrong Bitcoin chart. My apologies. Still getting crushed. But Bitcoin, look at that sell. New lows on Bitcoin for the day, guys. New lows. I still see 69,000 target. Any members still in BITI for the day trade? This is probably a good area to peel back some profits, up 2.96% on the BITI trade. I'm still going to ride it though. I'm going to be a little bit greedy since we're a little bit more insulated today with our profits. Russell's coming in, guys, so get ready to secure those profits on the Russell. But look at that BITI. Remember, we took that live yesterday on the day trade, and I said I'd hold it overnight. 7 entry. So that's a direct Bitcoin short exposure. Come on, Russell, get in the money. Get in the money. Come on. Big wick coming into Bitcoin. Amazon curling down, Meta curling down, Microsoft still curling down, but putting in potential consolidation. Qs are still falling here. Tesla's looking a little bit weaker at this point in time. Apple's still negative. Tesla's about to go negative. AVGO's down 1%, so still seeing a lot of selling in the leading semiconductor AVGO. Seems that maybe some liquidity has moved out of AVGO into NVDA today. So things are becoming still more concentrated in NVIDIA. Still riding coins, still riding this Russell, and we took profits on QQQ short. So it's been a really successful day, guys. Shamit Ray saying coin break the PDL. What does that mean? What does PDL mean? Sorry. There's so many little acronyms. Guys, I'm just going to step away for a moment. I'm just going to grab some water. I guess my mic was muted. Just 1 second. Alright guys, I'm back here in the swing of things. So right now we've had Bitcoin catch a little bit of a bounce. Same thing with the Qs. The Qs actually had a big dip down, testing the 440 zone, which is your pre-market high. So now you're into a scenario that if the Qs lose their pre-market high, that opens them up to a potential retest of the pre-market low. So what I mean by that, and yes, sorry about that, guys. I was muted. I was talking to myself there. But basically, if the Qs lose this pre-market high zone, then it opens themselves up to a move back down to the pre-market low. So I'm going to watch this area. If we lose 440 on like a couple minute close, or maybe even a 5-minute close or 2-minute close, I'm going to look to take some puts on the Qs as a lotto play, a high risk lotto play, since we are up substantially. We're in the money on Apple, in the money on Coin, took profits on Qs short, made 100% on the Russell put. But again, if we lose this pre-market high, I'm going to take a high risk 0 DTE play that probably will, yeah, I'll take a, I'm looking, let me just check out the chain here. Just give me a second. Put on the Qs, QQQ, NASDAQ. So we're currently trading at 440.60. What about this support range? 438s. Let's see what those are priced at. 438s. And we're going to go put. We're at 440 right now. So what about 438s? 438s. Let's see this. Damn. Yeah, I quite like that, guys. I'm looking at 438 puts on the Qs. That would roughly be, if we get in the, if we take it here and get in the money, that's roughly a, holy shit, 510% move. That would be a nice gain there. Interesting. I'm going to watch it. I'm going to watch this, but I am looking at some puts on the Qs, especially if we lose this pre-market low. I mean, you're tapping that EMA 113 again. Still holding a short on Russell, short on Coin. All right, guys, I'm going to take a high risk lotto trade. High risk lotto trade. Size this one for loss. I'm going to take 438 puts on the Qs. 438 puts on the Qs. I'll let you know. All right, guys, I just took 438 puts on the Qs, 438 puts on the Qs. Right here at that EMA 113. This is a lotto trade. We're just trying to roll some profits into another high risk trade here. But 438 puts on the Qs. Again, size that for loss. This is not for the faint of heart. Could it just be another right shoulder forming on the Qs? Yes, it could. It absolutely could. You have a much, and again, that first initial right shoulder was kind of a little weak and wonky. So now you could absolutely be forming another right shoulder on the Qs. And if I look at the hourly chart on the Qs, let's actually look at the NDX. I'll look at the NDX. My chart's a little bit cleaner. There's just too many lines on my intraday day trading chart on the Qs. But NDX, you see that your original, let me just erase some of these lines. The original head and shoulders was here. Weak right shoulder. Got a big push up above it. So that neckline is now negated. Now your next head and shoulders can still be intact. Just go to a little bit of a smaller term time frame, 30-minute. So your next head and shoulders still uses the same left shoulder, except you would lose this little, and you could be forming a much larger right shoulder here. So yes, you could just be forming a much larger right shoulder on the Qs. That's certainly valid. Obviously, it's only valid once you break and trigger this neckline, right? Once you break this 17,907 level, that's when it only becomes valid. But it does suggest that you have now much more of a balanced right shoulder. It does fit the criteria a little bit more. So that's the big question. Is this a bigger right shoulder that we just formed today? And it would make sense that indices sell off, right? It would make sense that the indices sell off on the hotter CPI number. Just almost makes you think there were too many people on one side of the boat. So I do agree with you, Mike, that it could be a right shoulder. Let's flip back to the Qs here. Still holding short on Apple, short on Coin, and a QQQ lotto play, 438 puts. Again, if those get in the money, it'll be roughly a, just give me a second here. It'll be roughly a 510% gain. That'll be a monster win. That would be a monster win for us. Nat gas still going lower, oil curling down, NVDA curling down as well. So you are still seeing some weakness creeping into this market. It's not all signs of strength. Not all signs of strength. Again, the Russell's been pretty much lagging all day long, down 0.5%. And it just seems like they're slowly grinding this market down. Not a huge sell-off, just grinding it down. Obviously, NVIDIA is still up 4.5%. AMD just went negative. AVGO has been negative for quite some time. Bitcoin's down a couple percent. Russell's been negative for the majority of the day. Apple's negative. Tesla's negative. Still have strength in Meta. Still have strength in Amazon. Still have strength in Google. Still have strength in Microsoft. So if the price action goes above the right shoulder in a setup, then that's what negates it. if it goes above the neckline, so I mean, I'll flip back to that chart. We can do a little bit of an educational session here since we're still just waiting for a couple trades to play out. But let's look at the 30-minute chart here. So basically, if we erase this original shoulder, so if we were using, and I was using this on a 10-minute chart basis, we'll look at the 20-minute. So this original little head and shoulders here that I thought was going to play out, you had your right shoulder. So before any of this price action happened, we had this right shoulder, this little mini right shoulder. It was a tiny, tiny one. So I mean, typically you want to see the pattern as balanced as it can be. The more symmetrical the shoulders are, the more likely it is to play out. You do see some wonky patterns play out from time to time, but we had this original neckline here on the NDX, which we actually had a bearish gap down over yesterday. So it triggered this head and shoulders, this left shoulder, this head, this right shoulder. And then you were just chopping along it all day. CPI comes out, boom, you get back above it. So because you closed back above the neckline, which is this neckline here, it negates that pattern. It negates that pattern. So whenever you get a close back over the neckline, it negates the pattern. So you have to erase that neckline. And now you can see that we're just forming potentially a bigger one. You know, this could be a right shoulder. So obviously it's not, you can't entertain it until it breaks this neckline. We haven't really even tested the neckline yet or pierced it. But really, head and shoulders, you only calculate downside targets once you break the neckline, which is this pivot to this pivot, so somewhere in this region. So if you do trigger that neckline, then your downside target is from your high pivot, your head, to your neckline, which is roughly a 3% move in this case, and you drop it down to where it breaks the neckline. So I mean, it could break the neckline here, it could break the neckline here, but basically if it does break that neckline, then you could see the Qs moving to about 17.3, or sorry, the NDX moving to 17.3. So hopefully that makes sense. A little bit of a teachable moment there. You know, what would negate this head and shoulders likely is if you started pushing above this right shoulder pivot here. You know, I mean, technically you could still be forming one, but it wouldn't likely be playing out if you get above this pivot high. All right, so bounce in the Qs is coming in. You can see Apple leading the charge, getting a really, really big bid here. Qs are hitting 20-minute EMA 113. So that is some technical support. Nat gas is trying to move up off of the lows. Let's just flip to the 5-minute chart on the Qs. NVIDIA, Apple getting a nice little boost here. Bitcoin's still hanging around 70K. NVIDIA appears to be trying to be sold into here. NVIDIA does appear like it's being sold into. Q's right back down, guys. And that's NVIDIA for you. They're taking, they're now selling into the latecomers in NVIDIA. They are pushing it back below 900. Still a monster stock on the day, up 4.4%. So you have to admit, it's still a very impressive rally. What I'm looking for, okay, so I'm going to give you the bullish case for NVIDIA and the bearish case. Bullish case today is closing anywhere in this region. As long as you stay above the 7-day moving average on NVIDIA, which is currently trading at 879, that's bullish. If you close below the 7-day moving average, below 879, well, it's a fluctuation average. It's moving up and down as the price action comes in. But if you close below the 7-day moving average, say on NVIDIA, that's super bearish. That's not a good sign. Still actually looking to sell off more here, guys. So again, we're still riding that BITI day trade that I took yesterday in the live stream were up tremendously. So everyone who's tuned into these streams should have been catching these day trades with us. Still riding a short on coin. Again, I made 3,300 on the first go around on coin. And currently speaking, I'm up 1,400 on the second short of coin. Apple were slightly down. Big bounce on the Qs. Potential little bit of a double bottom forming on the Qs. Off of this region, you are hitting 10-minute chart support. There's the EMA 113 that you're tagging on the Qs. You're above pre-market high, which is why there's a bunch of support here. A lot of people are chasing pre-market high, thinking you just got to retest and you're going to rip higher. You could. You absolutely could, but I think they sell this market. I think they're trying to sell this market down here. They roped in a whole bunch of new liquidity, and now they are trying to take it lower. That's what I see. No, I don't like the fact that Apple's been negative all day. You're seeing Bitcoin diverging, breaking down. Dollar's been strong. Yields are strong. Gold and silver have been telling us that we better believe this dollar rally today. It's unlikely the dollar is going to fade because gold and silver have been weak all day. Again, 10-year yield has moved up. It keeps moving up. These yields keep moving up, guys. Look at this US 10-year yield. It's not like it's cooled off since the CPI high. It's actually moved higher. So 10-year yield, let's take a peek at that. 10-year yield trading at 4.16. It's not like it's cooling off. It's grinding higher, guys. So that's applying additional pressure to the market. Long end yields are pushing higher here. Big green stick to the upside right off support. I could see this pushing to 4.2. That's your daily 200. Look how we shattered the 50 moving average at 4.13. This has momentum today to push all the way up to the daily 200 at 4.2. And if that does, it's one of the reasons small caps have been so weak for pretty much the whole trading session. Small caps have just been in a constant decline. So, things are looking like they're in a tricky spot here. Bitcoin's still selling off more. BTC losing the low of day, guys, which is why coin is printing for us. Look at this new low of day on Bitcoin, guys. New low of day on Bitcoin. Look at this sell side pressure coming in. Look at this. Come on, Bitcoin. Break this little bear flag. You want to. Our Coinbase short position is working out lovely, up almost over $8 a share, 3.3%. Things are looking pretty spectacular for us today, guys. Pretty darn good today. Michael saying close US Tech 100 put. You took profits, Michael? Look at Bitcoin, guys. Look at BTC Go. Again, we're still riding that BITI from yesterday. Upside target 766 for the day trade. Just for the day trade. If you want to hold longer over this level, I do think we're still into a bigger period where Bitcoin sees more downside, but we just got to take it in steps and strides. The market's not going to go down in a straight line. It only seems to go up in a straight line. Bitcoin buyers stepping up here. Google pushing for the new high of day. Very interesting divergence in Google is being observed. Again, our high risk lotto trade is 438 puts on the Qs. 0 DTE rolling with some of the profits here. Looking for a 500% gain if those QQQ puts get in the money, guys. So riding 438 0 DTE puts. Expiry today. High risk trade. I've sized for loss, but we've already made over 100% on Russell puts. We've banked on coin once. We're banking already again We're in the driver's seat on our Bitcoin short. Day trade, we're still waiting on Apple. Qs are coming lower, guys. QQQ is starting to come lower. And again, do we lose this pre-market high level? It should populate here. My chart is just loading. And you are coming up into that little previous neckline. So this is an interesting spot. Remember that previous head and shoulders which we negated? Well, you're coming up into that little neckline zone. And there is support here on the Qs. There is support. You have the EMA, you have your pre-market high, you have this previous breakout candle. You have this little neckline zone. So again, we break this zone. You really break this 439.60 zone, 65. It's going to be a flusher, guys. Look at coin go, guys. Look at coin go. Come on, baby. Let's go. Yes. Members. Our only day trade plan today was to fade coin. Coinbase still coming in. Apple still holding strong. Google still holding strong. Bitcoin cracking 70K, now trading at 69.7. Looking heavy here, guys. Looking heavy. I'm still riding this BITI. We are coming up into profit target zone, guys. Profit target zone is approaching. This BITI. I'm still riding it, though. Again, it's been a wonderful, wonderful trading session. A monster trading session for us today. It's been absolutely fantastic. I know Ram caught those Russell puts 205s. I wrote 204s. He wrote 205s, a little more conservative, but still netted a nice gain. We are seeing Bitcoin weaken here a little bit. Bitcoin's due for another double-digit collapse, guys.
That'll be another great spot to scale the puts.
Big bounce coming in Bitcoin, kind of correlating with the Qs. I still think 69K is the bigger level. That's your previous all-time high pivot, kind of your double top. So, just recognize that on the Bitcoin daily chart, if we engulf this previous candle, that's not a good sign. We did have a sharp wick down all the way down to 67K. Just going to erase this little bit of a channel. Apple's still holding firm. So is Google. So there's some bright spots in the market right now. Well, I shouldn't say bright spots, but yeah, Google's a bright spot. Google hasn't really sold off. NVIDIA's sold off from a high of around 913 down to sub 900, 893. So definitely seeing some sell side pressure in semis. You have had a few components turn negative on the session. So likes of AVGO down a couple percent. AMD still green. Microsoft still strong. NVIDIA still strong. Apple negative. The Russell 2000 greatly underperforming, down 0.75%. Now trading at 203.63. Those puts would have been just juicy off this level. So we're seeing Bitcoin kind of stabilizing at the moment at 70K. At 70K. Apple curling, Google going for a new high of day, NVIDIA still trying to press higher here. Sorry, that's my husky howling. Does look like they're selling Bitcoin today, guys. I mean, it's coming down pretty sharply here. It is coming down pretty sharply. The total crypto market cap right now is down by 3.36%. I could honestly see a potential bearish engulfing candle forming on Ethereum, Bitcoin, total crypto market cap. Don't be surprised. Ethereum today could actually flush down to 37.23, which would imply a drop down of another 4%. Bitcoin today could actually flush down to 67,000, currently trading at 69.8. So just understand that typically with higher yields, higher dollar price, with the inflation print that we received today, the logical reaction would be for markets to dump. Higher inflation is not the mandate of the Fed. And today's number did surprise to the upside on all fronts, the core and the headline. So that's 3 months now that Wall Street is dealing with a potential trend change. We've been in a disinflationary trend for the majority of 2022, 2023. And really in 2024, you can argue with the 3 last CPI prints coming in hotter than market consensus, we're seeing a small ignition in inflation. Granted, we're still well off of the highs of roughly 9% headline, but 3.1, we're sticky. Where are we going to get that extra 1.1% decline if you have oil putting in bullish consolidation, coming into some bullish seasonal trends? If you have nat gas depressed as it is, insurance costs certainly aren't going to come down. Healthcare costs certainly aren't going to come down. So where and how do we get to that 2% if things are so sticky at this 3% range and it looks like energy is going to get stickier? Assume oil closes at the $77 average for the month of March. That's greatly higher than the March 2023 year-over-year numbers. So next month's energy component could even be higher. And likely it is, at this point in time, it's shaping up that it could be higher. So there's a lot of different moving parts that are unfolding before us here in the market. And I do think that we're in for a very breakout here. Arguably a little bit of an inverted head and shoulders on Apple. Hasn't broken the neckline, but it's coming up to do so. So here you have this little bit of a wonky left shoulder, your head, and then this left shoulder here. So if Apple breaks this neckline, you get a bullish move up to about 175. So watch that closely. We're still riding our Coinbase short and our Bitcoin short. So we crushed Coinbase today. All members should have caught that. That was in the pre-market plan. And all viewers who tuned into the live stream at 8:30 also should have caught that. Google, new highs. Apple pushing, NVIDIA pushing. So Qs are now pushing higher here, guys. QQQ is pushing as Bitcoin's falling. So we're certainly, it seems to be picking on the right trade today, Coinbase.
Good spot to be out of all the longs, guys. I'm flat to be last week.
So nice bounce in the Qs, guys. A really big, ferocious bounce in the Qs. It's even lifting Coinbase. Big bounce in the Qs. Let's look at the QQQ. Huge rally. Mainly Google, Apple, Microsoft doing the heavy lifting at the moment. But a nice bounce off that 10-minute EMA 113. So the Qs are looking okay, A-okay at the moment. What a bounce in the Qs, guys. What a bounce.
Short at 18,402. Read my mind.
Bitcoin's still selling off here, guys. So I'm still riding my coin short. I still think we test the low of day on coin. It's just getting propped up by a little bit of a bounce here in the Qs. I'm going to erase that little channel. Massive surge. Wow. Massive surge in the Qs. Pretty impressive. Very impressive, actually. Bitcoin's still selling, though. Google ripping. Google's breaking out of a little bit of a range. Next resistance on Google, I have 4-hour resistance sitting at 139.69. That is a little bit of a short zone. It's the EMA 113 on the 4-hour chart. Pretty decent size moving average. Bitcoin's still going lower as the Qs are bouncing, guys. All right, day traders, I just sold my BITI at 766. 766. I just exited my BITI at the gap fill. 766. It's into that zone right now, so that's a monster trade on a short on Bitcoin. I just closed the day trade, still holding my swing position, but that's a nice 4.7% win on a Bitcoin short, guys. Congrats if you took that with us. Again, I'm still holding a core swing trade position short on Bitcoin, but I just wanted to take some profits. All right, guys, I'm going to step away from the mic for a little bit here. But it's been a really successful day for us. We're still seeing Bitcoin falling here. Really successful day. Congrats, members, if you took those Coinbase trades with us. If you didn't, there will be others. Just potentially watch for if we get another lower high on the Qs here, then we could shape up. As of now, the Qs have bullishly held that pre-market low, so that's a nice sign. I'm still riding my Coinbase short, which is coming down nicely here, up tremendously. I'm up another 2,300, personally speaking, on coin short, after already taking about 3,300 on the first short. Apple's trying to break out, so I may cut this one for a loss. Basically, I'll add at Apple at this high pivot reversal here. If we get a 2-minute close above this high pivot, I'm going to stop out on Apple. I won't add to the trade anymore because it is looking slightly more bullish. But great job live trading today. It's been fantastic, super, super, super profitable for us in the live day trade room. So congrats if you've been able to trade alongside with us. It's been a wonderful, wonderful session. And hopefully we can print some more profits. Hopefully we can print some more profits. I'm certainly looking optimistic here. Bitcoin getting a little bit of a bounce here, guys. Bitcoin is getting a bounce. I just covered my coin, full coin coverage, 248.90. I just covered the full coin position at 248.90 because I am seeing the Bitcoin get a nice bounce here. So I'm all out of the coin short. Basically, I will take a picture of my full day profits. So on coin today alone, we've made $5,200.28. Nice little trade on coin. That's a beautiful, beautiful trade. Beautiful trade.
I must say, these are some wackadoodle moves. I'm going to get back in on my day, so I'll give you that update. Got a great night. I like the we can sleep. It's also coming into the value projection as well.
But big strength still coming into Google. Massive strength coming into Google, guys. Qs are still firm here. Trying to push higher. But that was a monster trade on Bitcoin, guys. That was a monster trade. And Qs are trying to firm up as the dollar's weakening here. Still pretty impressive to see these major indices this strong on a higher inflation print. Still very impressive.
Frank, just get up and walk away from the computer for like 15 minutes now. If it breaks, if at 1:30 it closes below, what was that, like 87 or 84, it's gonna reverse. I'll take 15 points on something if we get 85, just to put some more money in the bank. I told you. Not the ground.
It's a great song.
I love it. I was laying at the pool during lunch last night.
The poolside lunch?
No lunch. Oh, you are stubborn up here, young man. Young man, I'm listening to the answer, the young man. But a storm on the video looked all the way up.
Yeah, but it could. It's trying to hold about 900.
They hit the 65 at 891 exactly. at a penny. Yeah, I sold another tenant to figure, covered tenant 90, short 10. I don't know. Up here. Keep putting money in a bank, Frank. There we go. Come on, got a little at 85. There we go. Phil. I'll be down to a trailer at 82, 20 points. If we get it. I mean, good trade either way. I shorted a couple there, like 400, 402. Took one off at 91. Grabbed it again at 402. Then took it off there. Yeah. 73 is the first real support. Yeah, 74, 73, 74. But again, I wrapped up a lot of it, so all good. This is definitely a potential lower high day on the daily, depending on how we close. But definitely getting that lower high from the previous session. Well, I guess not yesterday's, but the day before. My bad. There we go. There we go. Yeah, beautiful. 25 points off that level there. Yeah. Tighten the stop. Run. Yeah, I'm down to a trailer. That's it. I average like 16 points on most of it. Next trade. We got a bearish engulfing number 5 potentially here. Not a good shot to this thing now. But we got with a rumble today. Are you in? Damn. I'm out. I got a Tate. It's because of Tate right there, that's why. There was a story that they said that they are interested in maybe acquiring the U.S. TikTok assets. If they have the money for that, who knows, but that's what it is. Yeah, they were talking about that earlier. Can you imagine if D-Wack bought it? D-Wack ain't buying anything. No, that's why I said, can you imagine? Right. There's actually a different story that Trump tried to sell D-Wack or Truth Social to Elon last year. Elon didn't want it. Yeah, why? Why would it? He has a superior one already. Yeah. That was a great trade, guys. I flattened out like 86. Next, I just stopped renders there. Just chilling. We held 81 basically right there, which was the pre-open high. Hey Ram, Coinbase, are you still holding puts or short? Okay, thank you. No, I'm holding a swing, but day trade position I took profits on. Day trade I took profits at this 248. Swing trade, yes, still. But day trade profits are secured. I think we can move the Bitcoin chart on now just to see what's transpiring there. And the Bitcoin hourly is suggesting potentially another leg lower. I could easily see a 3-bar surge on the hourly. So you've had 1, 2, typically they come in 3. You could see a 3-bar surge on the hourly chart of BTC. Right now it's catching a bid. Nat Gas is trying to catch a small bid, guys. Still weak on the session, down 1.8 after being up quite substantially, right?
NVIDIA curling, Apple still trying to break out. All right, guys, I'm going to step away from the mic today, but overall, congratulations to anybody that caught the trades with us. I still think the Qs can fall a little bit lower today. This might be a large right shoulder forming. Obviously, Apple's looking slightly bullish if it breaks out here. NVIDIA is still super, super strong on the session. Bitcoin down, AVGO down, Russell 2000 lagging. Basically, gold also getting clobbered today, silver down substantially. So you're seeing commodities, certain commodities react to the higher inflation print, but you're seeing tech stocks just in a world of its own, diverging as if, high inflation doesn't matter. So definitely a mixed bag of tricks here in the markets. But so far, it's good to be long tech and short crypto. And at this point in time, nat gas is broken down. Oil is falling a little bit from the highs here. So you are seeing a little bit of distribution across different sectors. Tech, at the end of the day, is the strongest, heaviest weighted, and propelling things to the upside. Whether or not it stays that way, we will see. But there is potentially a little bit of a lower high in place. And if the Qs can get above this pivot high, then there's going to be a big, big rally in the Qs that could ensue. But at this point in time, I still think that there's a chance to actually break this pre-market high and fall a little bit lower. Bitcoin's trying to stabilize around the 69,000 level. Remember, I did give you 69,000 target well up here, and we hit 69,000. We actually pierced it to a T. So we absolutely crushed Coinbase today. Personally, I made about $5,200 just on the day trade. So that was an epic, epic, epic short on Coin. And then we banked on the BITI, and we banked on Russell puts. We banked on a Tesla long. Still holding short on Apple, which is going against us. And these QQQ puts, again, are sized for a loss. Basically, I'll take a complete loss on the QQQ 438 puts if we get above this high pivot. But until then, I'm just playing with profits. And again, thank you all for tuning into the stream. I will keep it going, and I'll try to jump back on a little bit in the afternoon session. But just be cautious here, guys, because yields have been moving up all day. Gold and silver down. Dollar's been consolidating, looking like it wants to press higher. And there is a lot of weakness. It's just a lot of Magnificent Seven stocks are keeping this market from really seeing a bigger fall to the downside. Bigger fall.
We knew it would probably pause here, at least quick short, because of the value we had earlier, support to resistance. I would not have shorted it, but we moved that very fast. That's why it worked out to be a good short.
All right, guys, I'll see you in a bit.
Not now.